Mason.
Kyle Panaga.
All right, if I can get my 13.5 four-wheel drive racers out here to Marshall, please. I got Jeff. I got Goompa. I think I'm looking for a few more. Looking for a Jovi and a Kalis. If somebody wants to volunteer, that'd be awesome too. Might need a few volunteers for the next race as well, but we'll see what happens when we get there. All right, this is our first race of the night. It looks like Kalis got a haircut.
Nicole Mina. Raiden Chabra.
All right, one more car
Mason
getting
Cassidy.
checked in. There he is. All right, folks, go ahead and keep on doing laps. Keep on doing laps, and we will get this race started soon. Keep going, keep going, keep going. All right, when you cross the start-finish line for the first time, your time will begin. Okay, we are 20 seconds in. All right, Nicole 25-0. Mason just getting started. Kyle 21-8. We're 45 seconds in. So our fastest opening lap goes to Kyle, 21.8. 55 seconds in, drivers. This is our first race of the night on track. Kyle, Nicole, Mason, and Raiden, your full running order. So fastest lap so far, Kyle, 21.8. Got Nicole 23.2, Mason at 29.2, and Raiden at 36 point, now a 32.6. Minute 25 down, 2:35 to go. Careful in the middle, guys. Careful in the middle. Whoa. Yep, that middle. All right, we got a minute 45 down with 2:15 to go. Right now it's Kyle and Nicole in a tie right now, both on a 10:13 for pace. Careful at the second wall ride.
2 minutes left.
And Nicole now clocking in at 10:06. Kyle at 10:13. Mason at 10:19. And Raiden at 7:15. Kyle now taking new fast lap, a 20.4. Nicole 21.9. Mason a 23.2. Raiden at 32.6. 2:30 down, a minute 30 remains, drivers. We got Sportsman 17.5 up next. Careful up front in the front rhythm. That is clear. All right, we are just about 3 minutes in.
1 minute left.
Kyle, new fast lap at 20.2. He is back on top of the leaderboard, 11 lap pace in the works. Got Nicole at 10.06, Mason at 10.19, Raiden at 7.32. 45 seconds to go, drivers. $35 seconds left. Got 10 seconds remaining. Keep on going, drivers. Keep on going.
Nicole Mina done. Kyle Panaga done.
All right, 2 more cars are still live.
Raiden Chabra done. All drivers are
All right,
finished.
that'll be a race, guys. Kyle
Mason
taking the victory there,
Cassidy done.
11.07. Nicole going 10.05. Mason a 9.06. And Raiden a 7.23. All right, folks, I'm going to need you to set your cars down. Come on out to turn marshal. Up next, race number 2. Race number 2 tonight going to be our sportsman buggy category. Ben, Logan, Theo, and Vince.
10 car Ted.
All right, Ben, Logan, Theo, and Vince. Turn marshals going to be my drivers from the last one or representatives on behalf. If anybody wants to volunteer, we could definitely use the help. Probably for the first couple races here.
Woe Trolley. Vince Peterson. Ben Halverson.
All right. Got everybody checked in? All right, folks, we're going to get this party started here. When you cross the line, your time will begin. All right, Vince at 17.3, Logan at 17.3. Theo at 20 flat. And Ben 22. So we're 35 seconds in, 4:25 remaining. So right now with 2 laps in for everybody now. We got Logan out front, followed by Vince, Theo, and Ben. All right, now Logan holding down a 2-second lead over Vince. Vince 2 ahead of Theo. Theo 3 ahead of Ben. We're 1 minute down, 4 minutes to go. Oh, Logan Holt's fastest lap so far, 16.7. Got Theo a 17-7, Vince a 17-3, Ben, and 18-1. Got minute 25 down, 3:35 to go. That's going to put Theo on top of the leaderboard. Minute 45 down, 3:15 to go. All right, we are 2 minutes down, 3 minutes to go. And right now it's Vince, Theo, Ben, and Logan. Your full running order. Vince currently 0.06 ahead of Theo. Theo 0.8 ahead of Ben. And Ben just 2 seconds ahead of Logan. Still very close here. Anybody's race. 2:15 down, 2:45 remaining. All right, Theo down to a 17.5. Ben down to a 17.0. 2:30 down, 2:30 left. So we got Theo, Vince, Ben, and Logan, your full running order. So Theo on a 17-17, Vince a 16.01, Ben a 16.03, Logan 16.07. All right, drivers, we are now 3 minutes down.
2 minutes left.
So Theo 17-16 for pace, Vince a 17-18, Ben a 16.02, Logan a 16.08. Got minute 40 to go. Fastest lap going to Logan a 16.7, got Ben a 17.0, Vince a 17.3, Theo a 17.5. Minute 30 remaining, drivers, 90 seconds left. All right, a minute 20 to go. Just over a minute remaining. Theo ahead of Vince by 0.9.
1 minute left.
Vince 5 ahead of Logan. Logan just 0.1 ahead of Ben. We got 55 seconds left. This time by Vince 0.9 ahead of Theo. That's our closest battle on track. 40 seconds remain. 35 seconds to go. Vince, Theo, Logan, and Ben. 20 seconds remain. Hold on, wait for the white car to pass and you're good to go. Whoa. Wow. I'll have to watch a replay on that one.
Ben Halverson done. Whoa Trolley done.
All right, folks, that is going to be a race.
10 car 10.
It's going to be VP taking the victory there by 0.4 of a second. Vince going a 17-16.1, Theo a 17-16.6, Logan a 17-16.9, and Ben a 16.06. Pretty close amongst all of our racers throughout that one. Should be a good main event coming up later on. All right, this is Intermediate Buggy. Brian K. Paxton, Mike, Jimmy, Dave. All right, may need all my drivers from that last one. Maybe a few volunteers if we have them.
Mike Rulis.
Intermediate Buggy in warm-up.
K. Kim. David Newell. Pac-Man.
All right, folks. Yeah, all my guys from that last one. If anybody can help out, that would be greatly
Brian
appreciated.
Cassidy.
All right, folks. Everybody's checked in. We are going racing. Okay, everybody's on the clock here. We got Jimmy going 17-1. Yeah, K is 16-9. Oh, careful up front, guys. Careful up front. Careful up front. All right, we got Jimmy K, Dave, Mike, Paxton, Brian, your current running order. 45 seconds in. All right, K on top of the leaderboard, 1809 for pace. Dave and 18. Oh, Dave now to the top, 1813. Mike is 1702. Jimmy 1709. K 1717. Paxton is 1605. Brian 13 at the moment. A minute 15 down, 3:45 left. Careful in the middle, guys. Careful in the middle. All right, $1.30 down, 3:30 left. Yeah, Dave 1.5 ahead of Mike. Mike 0.8 ahead of K. K 3.1 ahead of Jimmy. Jimmy 0.4 ahead of Pac-Man. Pac-Man 9 ahead of Brian. Yeah, minute 45 down, 3:15 to go. All right, Dave, a 1701, K 1701 as well. Mike, you guessed it, 1701. Jimmy, 1712. Paxton is 1609. Brian, a 14. 210 down, 250 to go. So right now, K 0.8 ahead of, well, 1.2 ahead of Mike. Mike 3 ahead of Jimmy. Jimmy 0.7 ahead of Dave. Dave 6.4 ahead of Pac-Man. Pac-Man 9.8 ahead of Dad. 230 down, 230 to go. K on top of the leaderboard, 18 lap run in the works. So race leader driving that white, red, and gray. Second place is going to be, it's going to be Mike Rullis now. That's going to be the red and green. Jimmy B in the 3, driving the orange and green.
2 minutes left.
3 down, 2 to go, drivers. K5 ahead of Mike. Mike 1 ahead of Jimmy. Jimmy 0.7 ahead of Dave. Dave 6 ahead of Paxton. Paxton 13 ahead of Brian. Minute 45 to go. Minute 35 remaining. So fast lap got K going 16.3. Dave at 16.5. Jimmy is 16.8. Mike is 17.3. Paxton 17.4. Brian 17.5. All right, drivers, we are coming up on 4 minutes in.
1 minute left.
35 seconds left. K 9.5 ahead of Dave. Dave 4.5 ahead of Mike. Mike 4.2 ahead of Jimmy. Jimmy 8 ahead of Paxton. Paxton 16 ahead of Brian. We're in the final 20 seconds. Keep on going. Careful back straight, guys. Go wide on the back straight. That is clear. 10 seconds left. Keep going, drivers. Keep on going.
Crash done. K Kim done. David Null done. Mike Rulis done. Hackman done.
All right, folks, that is going to be a race.
All drivers are finished.
It's going to be Kay going 18:05, Dave at 17:04, Mike 17:05, Jimmy 17:08, Paxton at 16:07, Brian getting 14 in. Okay, that'll take us into race number 4. Expert 17.5.
Martin White.
Art Jovi Kalis, Martin, Ryan, Bryant, Eric, and Robert.
Bruh. Let's go, Art.
I'm actually
Go
not sure if Eric's going to race this
Ryan
one.
R. Randall. Jovi Levin.
Careful in front of the driver's stand, guys. Got one down right in front of the driver's stand.
Robert Del Visco.
Okay, I got my marshals. Looks like we're decently covered. Oh, need a little help up front, guys. Help up front. Front rhythm. Need a little help. All right, folks. We're going to get this party started. All right, Jovia 15-1, Bryant to 15-0, Kalis at 15-4, Martin at 16-4, Art 16-5, Ryan at 17-0, and Robert at 16-6. This is 17-5 Expert on track. Jovi 11 that time by a 14-9, doing just fine. So we're 55 seconds in, 3 laps in the books for some runners. Right now it's Jovi on a 20:01, Bryant to 20:02, Kalis to 20:13, Martin at 19:08, Ryan 19:12, Art 18:03, Robert 18:10. Jovi with another 14-9. $120 down, 340 to go. Jovi, Bryant, Kalis, Martin, Ryan, Art, and Robert. Jovi's pace now 20 flat. Bryant 19:01, Kalis 19:08, Martin 19:08, Ryan at 19:13, Art at 19:15, Robert at 18:04. And Jovi consistently right around 15:0, 14:9. At Kalis fast lap at 15:1, Bryant to 15:0. Marty at 15:8, Ryan 16:0, Art 16:1, Robert 16:0. All right, 2 down, 3 to go, drivers. Okay, we are 2:15 in, 2:45 to go. Jovi down to a 14-8. He's on 20 flat. He is 7 seconds ahead of Kalis. Kalis just 0.9 ahead of Bryant. Bryant 3.5 ahead of Martin. Martin 1.6 ahead of Ryan. Ryan 1.8 ahead of Robert. Robert 0.024 ahead of Art. Got 2:20 left, drivers. $250 down, $210 to go.
Two minutes left.
So Jovi at 20 flat, Bryant 2014, Kalis 2015, Martin 1908, Ryan 1910, Robert in 1915, Art 1801. Got 330 down, 130 remaining. Jovi 7.8 ahead of Bryant. Bryant 0.8 ahead of Kalis. Kalis 6.9 ahead of Martin. Martin 0.7 ahead of Ryan. Ryan 3.4 ahead of Robert. Robert 3.5 ahead of Art. Got 350 down and a minute 10 to go.
One minute left.
You heard the man, a minute to go. "45 seconds remain. "30 seconds to go. Jovi 2001, Bryant 2010, Kalis 19 flat, Martin 1908, Ryan 1910, Robert 1914, Art 1802. 15 seconds left. And race leader with a little bobble there. Time has expired. Keep on going.
Jovi Levin done. Let's go Art done. Goompa done. Martin White done. Bruh done. Ryan R. Randall done. All drivers are finished.
All right, that'll be
Robert
a race. Got
Del
Jovi
Visco
11
done.
going 20:05. Bryant to 2010. Kalis 2014. Martin 1908. Ryan 1910. Robert 1913. Art 1801.
Transponder 8378565.
All right, this is 13.5 truck on track.
Hollywood. Barry Soppet. Rice Cakes Supreme. Vince Peterson.
So if you're not marshaling this one, I assume I can count on you to marshal another one. I mean, there was 7 drivers in that
Julian
last one. We
Taylor.
should have 7 marshals out here, ideally. On the left, Ryan. Somewhere on the left. All right, folks. We're going to get this party started here. All right, we're 15 seconds in. BG out front so far, followed by Salisbury, Julian, and Vince. And we need a little bit of help up front or on the way. "45 seconds in. Right now, Brian Gross out front, 1.2 ahead of Barry. Barry 1.4 ahead of Sal. Sal 3 ahead of Vince. Vince 2 ahead of Julian. 1 minute down, 4 minutes remain. This is race number 5 on track. Got two-wheel drive, 21.5 Expert up next. Careful on the straight. That is clear. So BG currently at 19.05, Barry 18.04, Solid 18.07, Julian 17.13, and Vince 16.01. Careful up front, guys. Careful up front. That is clear. 2 minutes down. 3 minutes left. Brian 5 ahead of Sal. Sal 1.3 ahead of Barry. Barry 4.7 ahead of Julian. Julian 6.4 ahead of Vince. Careful up front, guys. Careful up front. Yeah, 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. BG just setting fast lap, 15.7. Got Barry 16.2, Sal 16.5, Julian is 16.5, Vince is 17.3. 2:45 down, 2:15 to go. Careful up front, guys. Careful up front. 3 down, 2 to go, drivers.
2 minutes left.
Got Sal bringing his fast lap down to a 16.2. Careful up front. All right, 21.5 Expert is up next. 21.5 Expert, you are up next. Minute 35 to go. Brian out front, 19.08. Sal in 18.10. Barry in 18.11. Julian at 17.14. Vince at 16.09. Careful up front, guys. Careful up front.
One minute left.
All right. You heard the man. We got minutes to go here. BG 19.07. Sal 18.09. Barry 18.09. Julian 17.13. Vince 16.09. 40 seconds remain. $25 seconds to go. 5 seconds left, drivers. Keep on going.
Hollywood done. Rice Cakes Supreme done. Barry Soppet done. Vince Peterson done. All drivers are finished.
All right, folks, that will be a
Taylor
race.
done.
Brian taking the victory there in 1907. Barry 1806, Sal 1807, Julian 1713, Vince 1608. All right, up next, race number 6 is going to be two-wheel drive, 21.5. Expert.
Loctite Milio. El Tigre. Ryan Vernally. Kinlow. David Newell.
All right, looking for a few more cars to get checked in. Looking for Vasutin and looking for, there's Del Visco.
Robert Del Visco.
All right, looking for Eric Vasutin. All right, can you use a little more help on the left side? Okay. Man, I didn't know we were racing in Oakland tonight.
Eric Vasiodine.
Okay, got everybody checked in. All right, folks. We are about to get this party started. All right, this is 21.5 expert class. All right, so far, got Ryan a 16.1, Robert 16.6, Tony 16.8, John 17.1, Dave 17.5, Kenan 18.0, and Eric with a 16.2. All right, we are 40 seconds in. All right, so our current running order going to be Eric, Robert, Tony, John, Dave, Ryan, and Ken. Fast lap down to a 16.114 from El Tigre. Vernali a 16.162, Eric a 16.2, Robert a 16.4, John 16.2, Dave a 16.4, and Ken a 17.0. We're a minute 15 in with 3:45 remaining. This is Expert 21.5 up first tonight. After this, we're going Sportsman. All right, a minute 35 down, 3:25 to go. Vasutin down to a 16.128. And he's holding down the top spot, 19.11. Got Milio a 19.12, Del Visco a 19.13, Wilson a 19.14, Nolan 18.08, Vernali 18.09, and Lowe an 18.11. And that's on by Kinlow going a 16.8, so everybody in the 16s. We are just past 2 minutes down. Robert going 16-0. Way to go. Oh, Tony cracking 15-9. So it's going to be Robert Delvisco taking over the top spot. Top 4 cars within half a second. Right now it's Robert, Tony, John, and Eric all at 1911 for pace. 1911/1912 for all those guys. Got Ryan in 1805, Dave in 1808, Ken in 1813. All right, Tony, Eric, John, and Robert this time by. Top 4 still about half a second apart.
2 minutes left.
3 down, 2 to go. Tony half a second up on Eric. Eric 0.3 ahead of Robert. Robert 0.1 ahead of John. John 4.5 ahead of Ryan. Ryan 2.5 ahead of Dave. Dave 2.5 ahead of Ken. 3:15 in, 1:45 left. Tony with fast lap 15-9. He's holding down the one spot. 19-10. Yeah, Eric in 19-11. John 19-13. Robert in 19-13. Ryan 18-07. Dave 18-10. Ken 18-13. Minute 20 to go. And there it is. Tony Wilson going 15-8. Dropping the Ocho.
1 minute left.
4 down, 1 to go. So Tony currently 1.5 ahead of Eric. Eric 0.7 ahead of Robert. Robert 0.5 ahead of John. John 8 ahead of Ryan. Ryan 2 ahead of Dave. Dave 4 ahead of Ken. 45 seconds left. $25 seconds remain. Tony just 1 second ahead of Eric. Eric 1.2 ahead of John. John 0.3 ahead of Robert. 15 seconds left. Ten seconds. And Eric going 15-9 that last lap.
Ryan Vernally done. LT Gray done. Loctite Milio done. Robert Del Visco done. David Newell done. Kin Low done. All drivers are finished.
And that'll be a race. Wilson takes
Eric Mason
TQ by 9/10 of a second. Tony going to 19-10. Eric a 19-11. John a 19-13. Robert also 19-13. Ryan 18-05. Dave 18-14. Ken 18-15. All right, now bring us to the sportsman category, race number 7.
Mike Rulis. Wo Trolley. Ben Halverson.
Careful on the back straight, guys.
Vince Peterson.
All right, looking for Paxton and Theo. I see Theo's car out there. I'm not sure if he has a transponder, though. So, you don't want lap times? Also looking for Pac-Man, Paxton Cassidy. John Melio almost getting hit by a car. They're coming for you. They were literally aiming for you. Ah. All right, we'll give Theo a moment here.
Pac-Man.
All right, what's up with Theo? Did Theo really leave the building? There he is. Yeah, he forgot his transponder. I usually keep mine in my car, but all right, this is race number 7. At some point, I'm going to have to get this race started. All right, shouldn't be taking this long. All right, we're going racing.
Ten car Ted.
Okay, this is 21-5 Sportsman. Careful on the straight. Okay, so 2 laps in the books. All right, now it's Pac-Man out front, followed by Vince, Mike, Ben, Theo, and Logan. So we got Paxton out front 1 second ahead of Vince. Vince just 0.4 ahead of Ben. Ben 0.8 ahead of Mike. Mike 2.5 ahead of Theo. Theo 3 ahead of Logan. Oh, looks like Logan might be having some problems. Oh, transmitter's going back up. That's a good sign. Minute 20 down, 3:40 to go. Hold on, hold. All right, go ahead. All right, so Pac-Man 2 seconds ahead of Mike. Mike 1.2 ahead of Vince. Vince 2 ahead of Ben. Ben 2 ahead of Theo. Theo a lap up on Logan. Minute 45 down, 3:15 to go. Two minutes down, 3 minutes remain. This is race 7 on track. Sportsman 21-5. We got 40 plus coming up next. Oh, Mike now to the top spot, 17-15. Paxton 16 flat. Ben 16.04. Vince 16.10. Theo 16.15. Logan on 13 at the moment. All right, 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Mike Rulis 1.5 ahead of Paxton. Paxton now 3 ahead of Ben. Ben 0.8 ahead of Vince. Vince 2 ahead of Theo. And we got 2:15 to go. Fast lap just being reset by Mike, 17-0. Paxton 17-3, Ben 17-1, Vince 17-5, Theo 17-7, Logan also 17-7.
2 minutes left.
3 down and 2 to go. Mike 17-09, Paxton 17-14, Ben 16-01, Vince 16-04, Theo 16-08, Logan 14-13. Minute 45 remains, drivers. All right, Mike, Paxton, Vince, Ben, Theo, Logan, your full running order. Minute 25 remains. Oh, that car might be dead. Minute 10 to go, drivers. Lost the
1
wheel.
minute left.
Driving the wheels off of it. 55 seconds to go. Mike Rule is holding it down. 17:07. Paxton at 17:11. Ben 16:01. Theo 16:03. Logan at 15:14. 40 seconds left, drivers. $30 seconds left. This time by Mike 3.5 ahead of Paxton. Paxton 8 ahead of Theo. Theo 0.8 ahead of Ben. Ben 31 ahead of Logan. 15 seconds left. Five seconds to go. Keep on going, drivers.
Ben Halverson done. 10 car Ted done.
Wow. That was a close battle to finish
Mike
there.
Rulis done.
Results coming in a few seconds.
Pac-Man done. All drivers are finished.
So Mike takes
Wotrolli
that
done.
qualifier at a 17:07. Paxton at 17:13. Ben prevailing over Theo by just a few tenths, going 16 flat. Theo 16:01. Logan at 15:13. All right, folks, I'm going to need all you guys to come on out and turn marshal. Up next is 40 plus. All right, this is 40
Ryan
plus.
Bernally.
John, Ryan,
Rice
Brian,
Cake
Art,
Supreme.
Martin, Julian, Barry, Ryan,
R.
Eric,
Randall.
and Tony.
Let's go Art. Barry Soppet.
40 plus 17.5.
Martin White. Julian Taylor.
All right, I may need all my 21.5 sportsman drivers out here at turn marshal, please.
Loctite Milio. Eric Vasiodine.
All right, I'm looking for turn marshals. 21.5 sportsman. I need you out here. Oh, a little help up front, please. Thank you.
LT Gray.
All right, I got Ben, got Mike. Hey, Theo, stop holding up my race program. Come on. Okay. All right, folks, we're going to get this party started. All right, this is race number 8, the Ocho 40-plus buggy. All right, BG, fastest opening time going to 15.6. Barry at 15.6. Martin 15.7. Julian 16.0. Ryan 16.0. Tony 16.1. Art 16.3. Ryan 16.5. 45 seconds in. All right, we're 50 seconds down. And right now it's BG out front. 15.5. Looking alive. So right now, Brian and Barry both on 2012s. Martin 2015, Tony 1901, Julian 1903, Ryan 1910, Art 1912, Eric 1913, John 18 flat, Ryan 1813. Buck 15 down, 3:45 left. And this time by, going to be Barry on top of the board. 0.4 ahead of Brian. Brian 0.4 ahead of Marty. Marty 0.3 ahead of Tony. Tony 0.7 ahead of Julian. Julian 1 ahead of Ryan. Ryan 1 ahead of Art. Art 0.07 ahead of Eric. Eric 2.3 ahead of Ryan. Ryan 0.4 ahead of John. Got Buck 45 down. 3:15 to go. All right, 205 down, 255 remains. OBG back to the top, followed by Tony, Martin, Julian, Barry, Ryan, Eric, Ryan, Art, and John. So Gross currently on 2015, Wilson a 19 flat, White a 1902, Taylor a 1905, Soppet a 1906, Vernali a 1910, Vasutin a 1913, Randall 1915, Emilio 18 flat, Cardinale 1803. 245 down, 215 remains. Fast lap here, Martin White, a 15.2. Careful in the chicane, careful in the chicane. 3 down,
left.
2 to go. Brian, 1.4 ahead of Tony. Tony, 0.4 ahead of Martin. Martin, 1 ahead of Julian. Julian, 1.4 ahead of Barry. Barry, 2.2 ahead of Ryan. A minute 40 to go, drivers. Race leader driving the blue and yellow car. Second place going to be the black car with the orange and white flames. Third place going to be blue and yellow. All right, a minute 20 to go, drivers. Right now, BG 3.5 ahead of Barry. Barry 1 ahead of Martin. Martin 1 ahead of Tony. Tony half a second up on Julian. Julian 3.9 ahead of Ryan. Ryan 1 ahead of Eric. Eric 0.4 ahead of John. John 1.6 ahead of Art. Art 0.8 ahead of Ryan.
1 minute left.
You heard the man. 4 down, 1 to go. All right, folks, work together, work together. Leader going to be blue nose, yellow tail. Second place going to be the white with the purple graphics. Third place going to be the black car with the orange and white flames. 30 seconds left. All right, now BG, 3 seconds up on Barry. Barry, 1.6 ahead of Marty. Marty, 3.8 ahead of Julian. Julian, 1 ahead of Ryan. Ryan, 0.4 ahead of Tony. 10 seconds remain.
Rice Cakes Supreme done. Barry Soppet done. Let's Go Art done. Martin White done. Eric Vasiodine done. Loctite Milio done. Ryan R. Randall done. Ryan Vernal E done.
Two more.
LT Gray done. All drivers are finished.
And that is going to be
Julian
a race.
Taylor done.
It's going to be Brian Gross taking that one, 1901, Barry in 1904, Marty 1907, Ryan 1912, Tony 1912, Julian in 1916, Ryan 1802, John 1803, Art 1803. All right, we got Sportsman 4-wheel drive coming up. All right, this one is going to be Paxton, John, Ben, and Brian. Hey, guys, since there was 10 cars in that last one, let's get like maybe 5 or 6 of you guys out for this one. The rest of you guys can marshal the next race. All right, Pac-Man, John, Ben, and Brian. Sportsman 4-wheel drive. All right, there's Rico. All right, folks, I'm about to hand it off to the one and only BG. Jacob Jorgensen. Look. BG.
Nice. Daughter made that on our thing last weekend. So awesome. It's sticking. All right, so they got to check in. Nobody's checking in.
All right, John.
No good. All right, we're looking for a Paxton. John Rico might be out. Ben Halverson is out there. Brian Cassidy on his way. Marshals making their way to the track. Let's have the drivers check in if they can, do a few warm-up laps or something. Warm up the diffs, warm up
Brian
the
Cassidy.
tires, whatever it needs to be.
Ben Halverson.
I think we're down to 3 in this race. That's the wrong direction. Other way, dude. Where are you going? Done? No? Down to 2? $30 more seconds? I don't know. Take a look. Somebody help him reset the gear mesh or something? Can somebody help him and see if they can get him going so he can join the race while it's going? Or no? Go? Okay. Well, this is what we're going to go with. So, 2-car race. Got the marshals on the track. Spread yourselves out. You already have. Clock is on. If Paxton gets his car working, just put it out there. Yeah. Might be a soft podium. Caution in the middle. I can always count on the Art Cardinale fan club. Uh-oh. Marshall, where you're supposed to be standing. Hurry up. Thanks, Art. So far, 2 for 2. Art Cardinale is going for Marshal of the Race award. The only one we need. Uh-oh. Ryan Randall has something to say about that. Score is 2-1. All right, with 50 seconds down, 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go, Ben Halverson currently on the top. 16:15 is his pace. Brian Cassidy on currently a 12-lap pace. Let's give him a little more time to. That jumps up to a 14:5, 20. Caution up front. Marty doesn't want to be left out of the marshalling game. 2-2. Ryan Randall. Uncross your arms. Look alive. Ben Halverson currently on the top. He's on a 16-17. Brian Cassidy on a 14-19. 145 down, 3:15 to go. The score is all tied up. 2 marshals apiece. It's a weird thing to talk about. There's only 2 cars. So Brian Cassidy brings his hot lap that time by to a 18-4. Ben Halverson improves his hot lap to a 17-1. They're just getting warmed up. This is a new layout. I'm not sure if anybody's had a lot of warm up or a lot of, practice or not. It's different than the last one for sure. I mean, it's not entirely different, but it's different enough that it will mess with your head. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. We need Art. Thank you, Art. That was Ben, who continues to lead. He's on a 16.505 for pace. Brian Cassidy on a 15.15. Uh-oh. Don't kill Art. He's integral part of the track. Fastest lap of the race so far, Ben Halverson on a 17.1. Last lap was an 18.5. 1:55 to go. Brian Cassidy that time by improves his hot lap to an 18.2. That didn't sound good. It's alive. Art Cardinale. Not only just a nice guy, but also a DJ and a connoisseur of shirts with no sleeves. 3:45 down, 1:15 to go. Brian Cassidy improves his hot lap once again to a 17.8. Ben Halverson continues to lead. He's on a 16.502. Ben just brings his hot lap down to a 16.9. So he's
1 minute
figuring
left.
it out. 1 minute to go. They're exactly 1 lap apart on the clock. Uh-oh. It's like playing horse. H-O? How do you spell horse? 35 seconds to go. Ben Halverson continues to lead. Pace is a 16.5 flat. Brian Cassidy on a 15.04. It's about where they've been the whole time. We got 2 more drivers. Hopefully that'll join us for the next round. That'll make things more interesting and hopefully the main. 10 seconds. Brian Cassidy improves his fast lap one more time. 17.7. Time has expired. Go until you hear your name. Everybody's still on the clock. Keep going.
Ben Halverson done.
Ben, you're done. 1 more car. Oh, does that tie it up? Yeah. Keep going.
All drivers are finished.
And that's a race. So that one
Brian
goes to Ben
Cassidy
Halverson. He runs a 17.5-15. Then Brian Cassidy on a 16.21. Fast lap of the race. Ben Halverson 16.9. Let's get Rico and Paxton to fix their cars and join us for the next round, please. Somebody help them out. All right, we're going to need the turn marshals that did not marshal the last race from 40 plus, and the 2 racers that raced, and hopefully the 2 racers that didn't race can come out and marshal, and we should be good to go.
Goompa.
Caution in the
Bruh.
4-pack right in front of the driver's stand.
Daniel
There's a car
Z.
upside down. This is race
Jovi
10,
11.
Expert 13.5, 4-wheel drive buggy, asterisk, 2-wheel drive modified buggy. Dan, Jovi, Kalis, Jeff, Mirafuente. Bryant, that is. Are there any more Mirafuentes? This is only one I know of. Caution in the formerly known as the wall ride. I'm just going to call it that. Jeff Miranda. Getting to the driver's stand, needs a check-in. Marshall, spread yourselves out to the dots.
Too soon, Junior.
John Milio. Are there marshals or there are? Okay. We need one over by where Rico is. Are you marshaling? Rico? Yes? Thumbs up? Anyone? Okay. I'm assuming he's marshaling. All right. Everybody's checked in. I heard somebody say somebody's food's here, so if you're looking for food, that is here. Expert 13.5 4-wheel drive / whoever's on the driver's stand. Spread yourselves out. Clock is on. As everybody comes by for their flying first lap, Jovi 11 with a 15 flat, Mirafuente with a 15-1, Kalis with a 15-2, Jeff with a 16-7, and Dan with a 15-6. Second lap by Hot Lap Improves, Jovi 11 14-9, Kalis 14-9, Mirafuente 15 flat. 45 seconds down, 4:15 to go. One down, 4 to go. Jovi 11 on the top of the leaderboard. He's on 21-5-15. He just turns his hot lap in 14-8. Followed by Kalis. He's on a 25-03. Then Mirafuente 20-04. Jeff Miranda 19-05. His hot lap that time by 15-3. Dan Z on a pace all by himself. He's on a 20-12. Last lap by 15-3 as well. 125 down, 3:35 to go. The four-wheel drive crew is bunching up. Oh, caution. That's clear. Kalis Lowe that time by 14-8. He's just ahead of Jovi, but Jovi's ahead of him on the clock, so he's going to let him by. The right thing to do. So your leader still Jovi 11 on a 21-5-14, followed by Kalis 20-03, Mirafuente 20-11. Dan Z in a two-wheel buggy on a 2012, and Jeff on a 1904. Jovi 11 that time by 14-8. Dan Z 15-3. $2:15 down, 2:45 to go. Jovi, Kalis, Bryant, Dan, Jeff. In order of time. Jovi improves a hot lap that time by 14-7, but Mirafuente 14-6. That is the fast lap of the race so far. Jovi and Kalis both that time by 14-7s, almost identical 14-7s. They come through the four-pack onto the right-hand side, coming down to the back straightaway. Jovi, Kalis, Bryant. And that is the current qualifying order. Jovi 11 brings the hot lap down to a 14-6. He's on a 21-5-12 for pace, followed by Kalis, who's on a 20-01. Mirafuente 2.3 behind Kalis on a 20-05. Dan Z on a 20-13, and Jeff on a 19-03. 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. Kalis still 2.9 seconds behind Jovi. Mirafuente 2 seconds behind Kalis. That's about the gap on the track as well.
1 minute
4
left.
down, 1 to go. Small mistake from Jovi brings Kalis right to his back bumper. Oh, caution in the double. That's your leader. That was Jovi. See what that does this time around. So that promotes Kalis to the top. He's on a 25.01. 1.1 seconds behind Kalis. Jovi, 20.03. And 1.6 behind that, Mirafuente, 20.05. 25 seconds to go. Dan Z on a 2014. Jeff on a 19.06. Ten seconds to go. Time has expired. Go until you hear your name.
Bruh done.
Kalis, you're
Jovi
done.
Levin done.
Jovi, you're
Garza
done.
done.
Bryant, you're done.
Too Soon Jr. done.
Jeff, you're done. One more car.
All drivers are finished.
And that is a race. So that
Daniel
one in
C.
the end
Dunn.
goes to Kalis Lowe. He's your current TQ. He runs a 20.501, followed by Jovi Levin on a 20.02, then Mirafuente on a 20.06. Dan runs a 20.14, and Jeff on a 19.05. All right, that concludes your first round of qualifying. So Dan Z is going to come up here, shuffle it up, reset the board, and we're going back to race one in just about 5 minutes. Be ready to go.
All right, folks, it's time to start round number 2. And it's going to be our rookie class, Kyle, Nicole Mason, and Raiden. Turn marshals will be the drivers who just raced. Hey guys, rookie. Are you guys ready? Are we running rookie this round? Kyle, Nicole, Mason, and Raiden. If you're ready to race, bring them out. Let's go racing. Yeah, it's going to be about that time. Is it past your bedtime?
Kyle Panaga.
All right, if I can get my 13.5
Nicole
four-wheel drive racers out here at Turn Marshal. All right, I got Jeff
Mason
and
Cassidy.
I got Goomba.
Raiden Chabra.
All right, do I have 11 and do I have a low? Is it just me? Or is Kalis' voice starting to change? Hey, Kalis is looking taller too. He's literally growing before our eyes. Okay, we got our marshals out here. We got our racers out here. We're going to go racing, folks. So, next time you cross the start finish line, your time will begin. All right, so none of that counted. And it will only count after you cross the start finish line. All right, Nicole, the first car on the clock. All right, now everybody is being scored. So speaking of Kalis hit 98% consistency that last run. We were talking about that Wednesday night when we built this. It's going to be kind of difficult to do that. But Kayla's pulling it off. All right, first lap in the books for Kyle at 24.4. Nicole at 27. Giving him a kick in the butt to get him going. Oh, looks like Raiden might not make it to the finish here. Either that or he's pulling in for a pit stop. 120 down, 240 to go, drivers. All right, minute 30 in, 2:30 to go. Kyle, Nicole, and Mason, your current competitors on track.
Two minutes left.
All right, folks. 2 down, 2 to go. So Nicole on an 11.06. Kyle right there, 11.07. Mason on an 8.24. All right, looks like we're getting Raiden back on track. Got expert mechanic with that car in hand. All right, 240 down, a minute 20 to go. Right now, it is Kyle out front. Got Nicole in the 2, Mason 3, and Raiden 4. Minute 10 remains, 70 seconds left. Careful on the back
1 minute
straight.
left.
That looks to be clear. Oh, careful on the back straight. Go outside. And that's clear. All right, 35 seconds remaining, drivers. Kyle looking to go 11:02, Nicole 11:22, Mason at 9:26, and Raiden starts on his third lap. Raiden using Mirafuente as an apex there. All right, 15 seconds to go. Careful on the back straight. That is clear. All right, getting down to the closing moments here. Keep going until the computer says you are done.
Nicole Mina done. Kyle Panaga done.
Nice.
Mason Cassidy done. All drivers are
All right,
finished.
that'll be a race. You'll be
Raiden
Kyle
job, rock
11:11. Nicole going 10 flat. Mason at 9:15. Raiden getting 4 laps in. All right, folks, let's get those cars back to the pits. I'm going to need the drivers or representatives on behalf of the drivers out here to turn marshal, please. All right, Sportsman Buggy 17.5. You guys are up. That'll be Vince, Theo, Logan, and Ben.
10 car Ted. Vince Peterson. Woe Trolley.
Careful back straight.
Ben Halverson.
Careful on the back straight. That is clear. Oh, careful at the beginning of the back straight. That is clear. All right, we need a little bit of turn marshaling assistance out here, please. Careful on the back straight. Go wide. All right, I may need the drivers from the last race or representatives on behalf. Nicole, is there anybody over here? Cool. Cool. Awesome. All right, we got marshals out here. We are going racing. Careful in the middle, careful in the middle. I think his dad's making some radio adjustments. There we go. Oh. Oh, man. Ben has blown a tire. I was wondering what that noise was. Oh, blown tire. Doesn't happen very often, but it does occasionally happen. All right, we're 1 minute down, 4 minutes to go. All right, minute 15 in, 3:45 left. Theo Lynn with the fast lap there, 18-0. Way to go. Yeah, Vince also 18-0. Way to go. Logan down to a 19.6. Ben down to an 18.6. 1:30 down, 3:30 left. So we got 3 drivers left and 3 minutes remaining as well. Vince Peterson bringing it down to a 17-1. Theo, 17-4. Logan, a 17-5. Oh, Logan at 17-1. All right, 2:20 in, 2:40 to go. Right now, Theo Lynn holding it down, 17:08. Vince a 16:09. Logan almost on a 15. He had a bit of an unscheduled pit stop there. It's a new car in the Holst Motorsports stable. Well, 17.5, a new category for the driver and the mechanic. So they're getting things squared away. All right, so Theo Lynn leads the way.
2 minutes left.
3 down, 2 to go. Got T. Lynn out front, 17:07. VP on a 16 flat. Logan a 15:05. Minute 45 to go, drivers. All right, up next is intermediate buggy, and we could probably use a little bit of volunteer help for this next one. So if anybody out there not doing anything, maybe didn't marshal earlier, could use your help on this next race. Minute 25 remains. All right, 4 down.
1 minute left.
Got Theo Lynn out front, 17:07 on a TQ pace. Got VP on a 17:16. And we got Logan up to a 16 lapper now, even with that unscheduled pit stop. Wow, Logan going 16.7, new fast lap. Those adjustments are paying off. Uh-oh, Theo stuck on the piping, playing on the teeter-totter the wrong way. So I'll knock his pace down to a 17:11, still ahead of TQ, however. 15 seconds remain. Five seconds left.
Whoa troll e done. 10 car Ted done.
All right, one more lap for Vince. One more lap for Vince.
All drivers are
And
finished.
that'll be a race. Theo Lynn
Vince
takes
Peterson
TQ
done.
by 9/10 of a second. Got VP in the 2 and Logan taking the 3 spot. All right, intermediate buggy is up next, race number 3. All right, may need all 4 drivers from that last one. Could use a little bit of help. If anybody out there is not doing anything, we could use some turn marshals.
Crash.
All right, tonight marks the return of Jimmy.
Mike Rulis. K. Kim.
All right, this is 17.5 intermediate buggy.
David Newell. Pac-Man. Brian Cassidy.
All right, let's see. Yeah, Theo, if you can actually marshal right there where you're standing, that'd be awesome. All right, folks, we're going to get this party started. All right, lap number 1, got K a 16.8, Jimmy a 16.7, Mike a 16.9, Paxton 18.2, Dave a 16.4, Brian a 19.3. Careful in the middle, careful in the middle. All right, we're 45 seconds in. All right, now it's K on top of the leaderboard, followed by Jimmy, Mike, Dave, Brian, and Paxton. Okay, we're a minute 15 in with 3:45 to go. All right, now K is on a 19.15. Jimmy 18.08, Mike into 17 flat, Dave at 17.04, Brian at 16.05, Pac-Man at 15.05. Okay, we got minute 30 down, 3:30 left. All right, K, that's on by, setting fast lap at 16.0. But backing it up with, that definitely wasn't a 16.0. Okay, holding on to the 1 spot, 18.09 for pace. Got Jimmy 18.11, Mike 18.17, Dave a 17 flat, Brian 16.01, Paxton a 14 at the moment. Yacht 2.05 down, 2.55 remaining. Okay, 0.6 ahead of Jimmy. Jimmy 2.5 ahead of Dave. Dave 0.7 ahead of Mike. Mike 7.8 ahead of Brian. Got 2:30 in, 2:30 to go. All right, Jimmy B out front now. 18.09, K 18.12, Dave 18.16, Micah 17.01, Brian 17.17, and Paxton 15. 3 minutes down.
2 minutes left.
Jimmy 0.6 ahead of K. K 2 ahead of Dave. Dave 2.3 ahead of Mike. Mike 7.4 ahead of Brian. Brian a lap up on Pac-Man. A minute 45 to go, drivers. $1.40 to go. And Race Leader having some problems in the middle there. Minute 30 remains. 90 seconds left. This time by K taking it back. 18-12. Jimmy 18-14. Dave 18-14 as well. Mike 17-03. Brian 16 flat. Paxton a 16-15. Minute 15 to go, drivers. 75 seconds left. All right, folks, just over 1 minute remains.
1 minute left.
K, Dave, Jimmy, Mike, Brian, Paxton, your full running order. Right now, it looks like TQ of round 1 is going to be safe. In round 1, K went in 18:05, this time in 18:10. Got Jimmy 18:13, Dave 18:15, Mike a 17:06, Brian a 17:16, Paxton a 16:10. 30 seconds to go. And trouble for your leader. Go ahead. 10 seconds remain. Should be good. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, one down, going cross town, guys. Careful after the chicane. Thank you, Logan.
K Kim done.
Hold.
Mike Rulis done.
Just stop and go. Go, go, go.
Pac-Man done. Crash done. Brian Cassidy done. All drivers are finished.
All right, folks,
David
it's going to be
Mould
K
done.
taking the victory there, followed by Dave, Jimmy, Mike, Brian, and Paxton. See, Jimmy moving up one spot on the leaderboard, as does Brian. That'll take us into 17.5 Expert. This one going to be Jovi, Brian, Kalis, Martin, Ryan, Robert, and Art. Let's go, Art.
Ryan R. Randall. Bruh. Let's go Art. Jovi Levin. Goompa. Martin White. Robert Del Visco.
Okay, this is 17.5 Expert Buggy. Do I have all my turn marshals? I had 6 in that last one. I see 3, 4, 5. And is there someone over here somewhere? Cool. Okay, so that equals 6. We're good. All right, folks, we're going racing. All right, fastest opening lap goes to Jove 11, a 15.0. Got Kalis a 15.3, Martin 16.3, Art 16.6, Ryan 16.7. All right, Jacob Jorgensen online on the live stream says he's rooting for everybody. It's a good way to be impartial. He'd make a good race director someday. 55 in, 4:05 to go. And right now it's Jove 11 out front, 20.03 for pace. Guy Kalis at 20.05, Robert, a 19.09, Martin at 19.11, Ryan 19.13, Art 19.15, Bryant at the moment 18 flat. But Bryant has fast lap at a 14.8. That lap was great, just not the rest of them. 125 down, 335 left. Trouble for Marty. All right, Jovi that last time by going 14.9. His pace now 20.03. Kalis 20.05. Art 19.16. Robert 19.16. Ryan 18.05. Martin 18.06. Bryant 18.07. We are now 2 minutes down. 3 minutes to go. Jovi just half a second ahead of Kalis. Kalis 9 ahead of Art. Art 0.3 ahead of Robert. Robert 0.9 ahead of Bryant. Bryant 0.05 ahead of Ryan. Ryan 0.7 ahead of Martin. Got 2:15 down, drivers, 2:45 left. All right, we are 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Jovi, Kalis, Art, Bryant, Robert, Brian, and Martin. So Jovi currently 1.9 ahead of Kalis. Kalis 10 ahead of Bryant. Bryant 1.5 ahead of Art. Art 1.2 ahead of, now 2.5 ahead of Martin. Martin 0.3 ahead of Ryan. Ryan 2 ahead of Robert.
Left.
All right, we got a minute 55 remaining here. All right, so as you can see, we did a partial track change on Wednesday night. I'm going to go ahead and say we're going to do the next change probably July 22nd or July 29. We're going to do a whole new track for Top Gun. Top Gun is going to be mid-August. I believe that's going to be August 9th for off-road. It's going to be a one-day trophy race here. And the theme, of course, will be Top Gun. We'll have some really cool plaques to hand out for that event.
1 minute left.
All right, you heard the man, a minute to go. So Jovi out of 20.03, Kalis 20.07, Bryant 19.03, Ryan 19.14, Martin also 19.14, Art right there 19.16, Robert 18.06. Yeah, don't forget about Top Gun, guys. That's not far away, less than a month. So Top Gun on-road, I believe, is going to be August 2nd. Top Gun off-road, August 9th. 25 seconds remain. All right, 10 seconds remain. Keep on going. Keep going.
Jovi Levin done. Bra done. Robert Del Visco done. Gumpa done. Martin White done.
You know, at the beginning
Ryan
of this race,
Randall done.
we said, let's go, Art. Now we're saying, keep going, Art.
All drivers are finished.
All right, that'll be a race, guys.
Let's go. Art done.
Jovi 11 goes 2004. Kalis to 2006. Brian to 2014. Ryan 1912. Martin 1913. Art 1915. Robert in 1804. Okay, we are now making our way into race number 5, 13-5 truck. Got a truck? Then you're in luck.
Rice Cakes Supreme. Hollywood. Barry Soppet. Vince Peterson. Julian Taylor.
All right, RDV is dropping in. Turns out Robert's going to race that stupid truck after all. Hey, his words, not mine.
Robert Del Visco.
All right, got everybody checked in. Got marshals out here. You guys ready? Apparently Barry's doing something. Hashtag blame Barry. All right, folks, we're going racing. Okay, we got BG at 16-3, Julian at 16-6, Barry at 17-1, Vincent 18, 30 seconds in. This is our truck category on track. So BG lap 2 of 15-9, Julian going 16-4, Barry at 16-3, Robert 17-5, Vince at 18-8, Sal 17-9. BG down to a 15-7 that time around. All right, so yeah, we did a track change Wednesday. Looking to do another track change probably 2 or 3 weeks. We'll reverse the direction, move things around, you know. If you don't like this track, I understand, but try to get fast at it, because if you can be fast on this track, it's going to make the other tracks a whole lot easier. This is definitely a skill builder here. Got a minute 40 down, 3:20 to go. BG out front, 1909. Julian at 1910. Barry, 1801. Sal, 1814. Robert at 1701. Vince at 15 flat. Although with Top Gun coming up, I'm trying to think of how to. A little trouble in the middle there. Robert, I told you not to coat your truck in Crisco. That truck was slippery. Yeah, 2:15 down, 2:45 left. Careful in the middle. That is clear. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Oh, race leader up on his lid for a moment. we'll see if that affects the running order here. Previously, BG 1.2 ahead of Julian. This time by, it's going to be Julian 1.9 ahead of Brian. About a 4-second swing there. Maybe 3.5, give or take.
2 minutes left.
3 down, 2 to go. Down the back straight they go. Julian, 2 seconds ahead of Brian. Brian, 3.7 ahead of Barry. Barry, 2.9 ahead of Sal. Sal, 9.8 ahead of Robert. Robert, 9.4 ahead of Vince. Minute 45 remains. Last time around, Barry going 15.8. Julian a 16.0. Oh, Taylor for traction roll. Are giving him the friendly Marshall treatment. Minute 25 to go. This time by the stripe. Julian up by 0.04. Minute 15 to go.
One minute left.
All right, 50 seconds remain. 5:02 to go. Right now it's BG 0.6 up on Julian. Julian 4.7 ahead of Barry. Barry 4 ahead of Sal. Sal 12 ahead of Robert. Robert a lap up on Vince. 35 seconds left. Fifteen seconds to go. So up next is going to be 21.5, the expert class.
Barry Soppet done. Hollywood done. Robert Dal Visco done. Rice Cakes Supreme done. Vince Peterson done. All drivers are finished.
All right,
Julian
BG
Taylor
taking
done.
that one, 19.10. Got Julian to 19.13. Barry going 18 flat. Sal on 18.06. Robert 17.04. Vince 16.10. All right, 21.5 buggy expert. You guys are up.
Loctite Milio.
All right, Tony, Eric, John, Robert, Ryan, Dave, and Ken. You guys are up.
Ryan Vernally. Kinlo. El Tigre. David Newell.
All right, this is 21.5 expert. Looking for 2 more cars to check in.
Robert Dal Visco.
Sounds like BG offering some driving advice. That's 90% of my race strategy is not crashing. The other 10% is stay on the racing line. That's my game plan. Stay on the racing line, don't crash. Eric, are you going to make this one? Ah, okay. Okay. All right, folks, we are going to get this party started. Less than 5. right, TQ in this category. Tony Wilson going 19-10 in round one. It's got mirror full of Melio. And it looks like that mirror full of Melio going fastest opening lap. So John is 16-4, Ryan is 16-6, Tony is 16-9, Robert 16-9, Dave is 17-2, Kenan 18. Oh, we got one down the middle. BG all over it. Melio going 16-2, Tony going 15-9. All right, we're on race number 6 right now. All right, El Tigre stepping on his own tail. That's going to put John Melio out front. Oh, Melio stepping on his own tail. Minute 15 in, 3:45 to go. So Ryan Bernali taking over the top spot, followed by Tony, Robert, Dave, John, Ken, no Eric. Minute 30 down, 3:30 left. All right, Ryan going 16-2, backing it up to 16-5. Emilio is 16-2. Ken in the 16, 16-999. A little shake and bake there from Robert Del Visco. Oh, Emilio almost getting him back. A preview of our main event. 2:10 down, 2:50 to go. All right, El Tigre back to the front, 19-12. We got Robert at 19-14, Ryan at 19-15, John 18-06, Dave 18-13, Ken 17-06. So Tony 1.2 on Robert, Robert 0.6 ahead of Ryan, Ryan 3.3, now 2.6 ahead of John, John 3.3 ahead of Dave, Dave 8.8 ahead of Ken. 240 down, 220 to go. Oh, careful up front, guys. All right, folks, we are now 3 minutes in.
2 minutes left.
Tony 2.1 ahead of Robert, Robert 5.7 ahead of John, John 2.1 ahead of Dave, Dave 2.4 ahead of Ryan, Ryan 8 ahead of Ken. Minute 50 remains, drivers. Minute 35 to go. Tony at 19-10, Robert 19-14, John 18-06, Dave 18-10, Ryan 18-14, Ken 17-12. Minute 25 to go, drivers. All right, folks, we are coming up on 4 minutes in.
1 minute left.
So Tony 19-10, Robert 19-14, John 18-05, Dave 18-10, Ryan at 18-16, Ken at 17-12. 50 seconds left. We got 21-5 Sportsman up next. $35 seconds left. Oh, Tony getting it turned around. $20 seconds to go. And this time by the stripe, Tony up by just 0.2 of a second. 10 seconds remain. Oh, it's going to be a battle to the line between Tony and Robert.
Loctite Milio done.
Both run yellow and blue cars.
David Null done. Ryan Vernally done. LT Gray done. Robert Del Visco
It's going to be Robert Del Visco taking that one
drivers
by
are finished.
0.2
Kinlow
of a
done.
second. So Robert going 1913.7, Tony 1913.9, John in 1804, Dave 1809, Ryan 1811, Ken at 1713. Okay, and that will take us into race number 7, the Siete. Sportsman 21.5 buggy.
Pac-Man. Mike Rulis. Vince Peterson. 10 Car Ted. Woe Trolley.
All right, I may need all
Ben
my drivers from that
Halverson.
last one or representatives on behalf out here to Marshall, please. Okay, got everybody checked in. Just waiting on turn marshals. Turn marshals. All right, let's get all of our 21.5 guys out here. I am waiting on turn marshals. Can somebody maybe marshal for Tony? All right, folks, we are about ready to get this show on the road. So Mike Rule is taking the last one, going 17.07. Let's see what these guys do this time by. All right, we got Logan at 18.0, Vince 18.0, Mike at 18.5, Ben 18.2, Theo 21.0, Pac-Man at 25. All right, we're 38 seconds in. All right, 2 laps in the books. Got Ben Halverson out front. He's driving the blue ride. Got Mike Rollis in the 2, followed by Vince, Theo, Logan, and Pac-Man. All right, 1 minute down. 4 minutes left. And right now, it is a battle between Mike, Ben, and Vince out front. All right, 120 in, 340 to go. All right, take it easy out there, guys. Minute 35 down, 3:25 left. Mike, Ben, Theo, Vince, Logan, Paxton, you're running order. All right, now Mike on a 17.01, Ben 17.07, Theo 16.01, Vince 16.05, Logan 16.12, Paxton 16.19. 2 down, 3 to go. Careful at the wall ride. Second wall ride, guys. Oh, it's a big mess. Careful at the second wall ride, guys. And that is clear. $220 down, $240 to go. So right now, Mike with a with, I'd say, a substantial lead at this stage of the race, about 9.9 seconds ahead. So Mike on a 17:03, Ben a 16:03, Vince a 16:09, Logan 16:09, Pac-Man a 16:17, Theo a 16:19. All right, drivers, we're 3 minutes down with 2 minutes to go.
2 minutes left.
And a little trouble for the leader. 3:10 down, $1.50 remains. A minute 40 to go. Right now, Mike, Ben, Vince, Logan, Theo, Paxton, your order. Mike 9 ahead of Ben, Ben 0.1 ahead of Vince, Vince 2.1 ahead of Logan, Logan 3.8 ahead of Theo, Theo 2.3 ahead of Paxton. Minute 25 remains. Careful at the wall ride. And that is clear. Minute 10 remains, 70 seconds to go.
One minute left.
Whoa, we got one out of the park. $45 seconds left. And this time by Mike 13 ahead of Vince, Vince 2 ahead of Ben, Ben 5 ahead of Logan, Logan 2.6 ahead of Theo, Theo 4.5 ahead of Pac-Man. All right, 20 seconds remain. Five seconds left. Keep going, drivers. Keep going.
Vince Peterson done. Wotrolli done. Mike Rulis done. Ben Halverson done. Pac-Man done.
One more.
All drivers
Now
are
be a race,
finished.
guys. It's going to be Mike taking
10
that one,
car
going
10 done.
17:04. Vince goes 16:01. Ben a 16:04. Logan a 16:06. Theo a 16:14. Paxton a 16:15. All right, now conclude race 7, bringing us into the Ocho. Race number 8. 40 plus buggy.
Barry Soppet. Rice Cakes Supreme. Let's Go Art. Martin White. Julian Taylor. Ryan R. Randall. Ryan Vernally.
All right, looking for all my drivers, looking for all my marshals. Please and thank you.
Loctite Milio. El Tigre.
All right. So we got some marshals out here. We lost one. Do we have enough marshals on this side? Okay. Okay, cool. In that case, we're going racing. This is our 40-plus category. All right, fastest opening lap, 15.5 goes to Barry Soppet. 15.9 for Martin, a 15.9 for Brian. Lap 2 got Barry down to a 15.3, Brian a 15.5. 40 seconds in. All right, we are now 55 in, 4:05 to go. Maybe Barry Soppet out front, followed by BG, Martin, Ryan, Julian, Ryan, Tony, John, and Art. All right, now Barry Soppet on a 20.09 for pace. Got BG at 2012, Martin at 1903, Ryan 1906. Randall, that is. Vernali in 1907, Emilio an 18 flat. Wilson 1801, Cardinale 1801, Taylor also 1801. Trouble for Barry that last time by. That's going to knock him down to the 5 spot. Got minute 35 down, 3:25 to go. Minute 45 in, 3:15 to go. So BG now, 1901 leading the way. Got Martin at 1906, Ryan at 1907, Tony at 1912, Barry 1913, John 1915, Julian 1916, Art 18 flat, Ryan a 17 flat. All right, folks, we are 2:10 down with 2:50 to go. BG out front by 2.8 seconds. Martin is 0.1 ahead of Ryan Vernali. Vernali 1.2 ahead of Wilson. Wilson 0.8 ahead of Soppet. Soppet 0.3 ahead of Taylor. Taylor 1.1 ahead of Art. Art 0.7 ahead of John. John 4.3 ahead of Ryan. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. All right, BG down to a 15.4. Yeah, Wilson a 15.4 as well. $250 down, 2:10 to go. Brian 19 flat, Martin 1907.
2 minutes
Tony at
left.
1908, Ryan 1908, Barry at 1911, Art 1802, Julian 1803, John 1803, Ryan Randall 1806. And Barry gonna save those tires for the main event. Man, the way I'm wearing front tires, I'd probably do the same. All right, folks, got minute 30 to go. BG 19 flat, Tony in 1907, Martin in 1907, Ryan 1909, Julian in 1915, Randall in 1801, Cardinale 1801, and Emilio 1802. Careful up front, guys. Four minutes in.
1 minute left.
Brian 4.5 ahead of Tony. Tony 0.3 ahead of Marty. Marty now 0.036 ahead of Tony. Tony 1.7 ahead of Vernali. Vernali 4.6 ahead of Julian. Julian 0.8 ahead of Ryan Randall. Randall 1.5 ahead of Cardinale. Cardinale 7.9 ahead of Emilio. Got 35 seconds remaining. $25 seconds to go. 10 seconds left.
Rice Cakes Supreme done. Julian Taylor done. Martin White done. Let's Go Art done.
Ooh, back straight, right in the middle, back straight, right in the middle.
Gray done.
One more car. Back straight's clear.
All drivers are
and
finished.
That'll be a race, guys. BG
Ryan
taking that
Randall
one, 19 done. Flat. Got Tony in 1905, Martin 1907, Ryan 1911, Vernali. Randall going 1915, Taylor in 1801, Cardinale 1808, Emilio was 17. All right, and that will take us into race number 9, our Sportsman 4-wheel drive class. Excuse me. All right, guys, same deal as last time. If we can get like 5 or 6 of you guys to marshal this one, maybe like 3 of you guys to marshal the next one, that would work out great. So race number 9, Sportsman 4-wheel drive. Going to be Ben, Brian, Paxton, and John. Okay, got Pac-Man up on the stand. Got Brian on his way. I see Ben's car. Hopefully John will make this one. Ah. Thank you, Brian.
All right, marshals are making their way out to the track. We got Sportsman Open, Ben Halverson, Brian Cassidy, Paxton Cassidy, John Rico. Who's going to make it this time? Or do we have to count marshals to keep us awake? Hello? Are you not entertained? Who's that, Paxton? Or Brian? Is John Rico going to make it? No? Okay. Just 3 then.
Ben Halverson.
If you guys are on the driver's stand, let you guys check in for a lap or 2 real quick. We'll get you going.
Brian Cassidy.
A few technical difficulties. We'll get you guys. Just keep doing laps, and we'll spread yourselves out, and we'll, assuming everything is ready to go, we'll turn it on. All right, let's get it rolling. Sorry, that's my Fred Durst impression. All right, everybody's checked in. It's going to be some. I'm going to turn the clock on. Spread yourselves out. Your next lap by will be your first lap. Paxton's on the clock. Brian's on the clock. And when Ben goes by, that will be his start of his first lap. Where'd he go? All right, everybody's on the clock. Paxton, first lap in the books, 19-1. Brian, first lap in the books, 18-1. Ben Halverson with a 17-2. What did he do differently? Let's do that. Let's give him a few laps to get some pace, get some. Uh-oh. You fixed it. It's like you're a mechanic or something. All right, 1:15 down, 3:45 to go. Ben Howerson to the top of the leaderboard, currently on a 17.503. That's better than his first round time, which was a 17:15. Brian Cassidy currently on a 16:04. Paxton on a 15:17. Had a small technical difficulty. He's back and going. Fastest lap so far, Ben Halverson with a 17:2. These cars are loud. Like a bunch of can openers driving around. Paxton Cassidy that time by improves his fast lap to a 17:9. Brian does the same with a 17:7. Like father, like son. $2:15 down, 2:45 to go. Ben Halverson continues to lead. He's on a 17.509 for pace. Brian Cassidy on a 17.15. Paxton up to a 16.18. John Rico hanging out in the pits. Getting his car extra ready for the main. Maybe. 2:40 down, 2:20 to go. Ben Halverson on a 17.507, 3.2 seconds behind that. Brian Cassidy on a 17.514, and 9.7 seconds behind that. Paxton Cassidy on a 16.14. 2 minutes left. Paxton improves his fast lap that time by 17.7. So good news, bad news. Good news is it's the same lap speed as his dad. Bad news is he's about to go faster. 3:25 down, 1:35 to go. Bad news for Brian, that is. He knows he's faster. Uh-oh, Brian heard me. 17.5 that time by. 17.8 for Paxton. They get faster as the race goes on. Brian Cassidy to the top of the leaderboard. He's currently on a 17.512 for pace. Paxton Cassidy brings the fast lap of the entire race down to a 17.2. Awesome. 1 minute to go.
1 minute left.
Ben Halverson had a long lap. That's going to drop him down to the 2. Meanwhile, he is just 2.7 seconds north of Paxton Cassidy, who is charging the best he can to try to take that position. 45 seconds to go. $25 seconds to go. Brian Cassidy, Ben Halverson, Paxton Cassidy. 10 seconds. Ben Halverson just 3.6 behind Brian. Paxton just 3.6 behind Ben. Time is about to expire. Uh-oh, somebody is not going to make it to the end. Who's that? Paxton's card locked up again. Or it came unplugged. Everybody's still on the clock. Keep going, keep going. Ooh, he's back and going, but that's going to affect his time. At least he's going to finish.
Brian Cassidy done.
Brian, you're done?
Pac-Man done.
Ben, you're still on the clock. You started way after everybody, so you're going to finish last. Not last on the leaderboard, but time-wise probably.
All drivers.
All right, that's a race. Everybody is done.
Ben
So
Halverson
in the end,
done.
that one goes to Brian Cassidy, who resets TQ to a 17.513. Followed by Ben Halverson goes to 17.15, and then Paxton finishes out with a 16.18. But fastest lap overall of the entire race goes to Paxton with a 17.2. So y'all are in trouble. He's putting you on notice for the main. And that was race 9. We're on to race 10. Expert 13.5, four-wheel drive, Buggy, and Dan. Dan, Kalis, Jovi, Bryant, Jeff. Uh-oh, caution after
Jovi
the
Levin.
infield double.
Bruh.
Car upside down. We need the racers from the last race and Rico or somebody on Rico's behalf if he's still here. And if there's any leftovers from the 40 plus that didn't marshal, if we can get you guys out there, that would be super awesome. We'll get these guys rolling. Got Paxton's mom out there. Still haven't learned what her name is, but Paxton's mom should suffice. She knows who she is. All right, got Halverson. We got Cassidy Sr. We got Rico. You going to go to the wall ride? Watch out. Track is hot. Hot. All right, we'll get you guys over on the front corner here, and we'll start you guys off. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we'll go like this. We're going to go Kalis, Jovi, Bryant, Dan, Jeff. That is the order we're going to go, and we're about to do that in less than 1. Kalis, Jovi, Bryant, Dan, Jeff. Expert 13.5 four-wheel drive. Everybody is on the clock as they make their way by for their first laps. Jovi 11 with a 14.7. Brian Mirafuente with a 14.8. Kalis with a 15.1. Jeff with a 15.9. Dan with a 15.6. Caution in the double. That's Mirafuente upside down. Put him on the outside. There you go. Uh-oh. All right, with 1 down and 4 to go, we got Jovi 11 to the top. He's on a 21.511. He's fast lap so far, 14.6. Kalis on a 20.04. 1.6 behind Jovi. And Jeff Miranda now 3.2 behind Kalis. He's on a 19.03. Mirafuente on an 18 at the moment. But he turns in a fast lap, 14.6. So put a few more of those together. We'll be back in the mix. Dan Z on a pace of his own, 25.10 with a 15.3 for the fast lap. He just did that time by. Kalis Lowe that time by, 14.6. Backs it up with a 15.6. So Kalis to the top of the four-wheel drive category with a 20.503, and just 0.8 seconds behind that is Jovi on a 20.06. Mirafuente with another 14.6 that time by. Jeff 5.1 behind Jovi. Mirafuente 8 seconds behind that. This track is a little more difficult. It's going to come down to speed, obviously minimal mistakes. So currently fast lap of the race overall, Bryant Mirafuente with a 14.6. He's in the third position now. He is 9 seconds behind Jovi, who is 3.9 seconds behind Kalis. 2:25 down, 2:35 to go. Mirafuente with another 14.6, so slowly but surely digging himself out of the hole. He got in early on. But Kalis Lowe currently on a 20.501, which is basically identical to his first round TQ time. Jovi 11 currently on a 20.507. Mirafuente on a 19.02, 19 flat, that is.
2 minutes left.
2 minutes to go. Dan Z on a 25.10 and Jeff Miranda on a 19.12. So with 140 down, or 140 remaining, we got Kalis now down to a 25 flat. Jovi 11 3.7 behind that on a 20.06, and Mirafuente 4.3 behind that on a 20.12. Dan Z on a 20.10, Jeff on a 19.11. Jovi 11 that time by drops the hot lap to a 14.6, fastest lap of the race. Jeff Miranda brings his hot lap
1
down to a
minute left.
15.3, 1 minute to go. So Jovi 11 is 3.3 seconds behind Kalis Lowe, who continues to lead. He's on a 25 flat. Mirafuente now is 4.5 behind Jovi 11. He's on a 25.10. Kalis Lowe this time by 14.6. So Jovi, Kalis, and Bryant all with 14.6 laps. Mirafuente with multiple. 25 seconds to go. Kalis up to a 21 lap pace on a 21.514. 15 seconds to go. Time has expired. Keep going until you hear your name.
Jovi 11 done.
Jovi, you're done?
Too Soon Jr. done.
Jeff, you're done.
Goompa done.
Bryant, you're
Bra
done?
done.
Kalis, you're done?
All drivers are
Everyone's
finished.
done. Jeff Miranda, that
Daniel
time
C.
last
done.
lap by is his fastest lap, 15.3. So that one goes to Kalis. He improves his first round TQ time to a 21.515, followed by Jovi 11, 20.03, and then Bryant Mirafuente 20.11, Danzy 20.12. Jeff on a 19.5, fastest lap of the race goes to Jovi 11, 14.6. So check this out. Jovi 11, 14.609. Kalis Lowe, 14.637. Bryant Mirafuente, 14.614.
Transponder 8378565.
They're all the same speed, I guess. All right. That will conclude your qualifying. So Dan's going to come up here and shuffle it all up, run the mains, see where things fall, and he'll let you know if there's going to be any B mains or back-to-backs. Track will be open for 5 to 10 minutes. We'll be back going here shortly.
All right, folks.
Kyle Panaga.
It is time for the main events. We're going to go the same order. So rookie followed by 17.5 sportsman, intermediate, and expert. Then we'll go 13.5 truck, 21.5 expert, followed by 21.5 sportsman, 40 plus buggy, sportsman 4-wheel drive, and expert 4-wheel drive. All right, so we'll get this one going as soon as our rookie runners are out here and ready to go. It's going to be Kyle, Nicole, Mason, and Raiden, your first main event of the night. All right, race number one. Going to be Kyle, Nicole, Mason, and Raiden. Turn marshals will be 13.5 4-wheel drive expert. All right, so I got Kyle, got Mason, got Nicole. How about Raiden? Raiden, are you going to make this one? Also, I may need some turn marshals out here. 13.5 4-wheel drive expert. All right, Goomba, I guess it's just you. Just you and Jeff. All right. Can I get Kalis and Jovi? Thank you, sir. All right, folks. Damn, Kalis might be taller than Goomba now. All right, let's line them up. Raiden, last call for Raiden. So we're going to put Kyle on the 1 spot, Nicole on
Mason
the 2,
Cassidy.
Mason on the
Nicole
3.
Mina.
Yeah, it looks like we're down to 3 racers in this one. Well, if that's the case, you've all made the podium. Congratulations. All right, folks, we're going to get this party started in less than 5. Here we go. This is our rookie category, future sportsman drivers sharing the track. Nicole making a pass up to the top spot. Right now it's Nicole followed by Kyle and Mason. 20 seconds in. All right, so we got Nicole 1.4 ahead of Kyle. Kyle 3 seconds ahead of Mason. 35 seconds in. All right, we're 45 seconds down. 3:15 remaining. So after this Portland race, guys, I might actually work on my mod car. Oh, yeah. I know what time it's going to be. Indeed. We got 1:15 down, 2:45 to go. Oh, a little bit of an impact there. I think the dots clanging just made it seem worse. You get the echo from those dots. All right, we're minute 40 down, 2:20 to go. Right now, Nicole 4.5 ahead of Kyle. Kyle 7 seconds up on Mason. Although it looks like Mason might have pulled it in to the pits. Get a little bit of work done on that ride. So right now it's Nicole versus Kyle. Making their way through the center section.
2
through
minutes
the
left.
front rhythm. All right, we got minute 50 to go. Drivers, it's going to be Kyle now to the front. This time by Kyle, 5.4 ahead of Nicole. And it looks like Mason going to rejoin the running order here. Got the dad Canic working on it. Whoa, that was almost really awesome. Just need a little bit more wall. All right, we got minute 15 to go, drivers. All right, just over a minute remains.
1 minute left.
All right, Kyle and Nicole sharing the track here. Well, good news, Mason. You still made the podium, bud. I believe you're still going to get an award for this point series, too. They're pretty cool. They're going to be metal ammo boxes with custom graphics. They will not be ready next week, I guarantee. Probably looking at a 2-week turnaround on those. All right, 15 seconds to go. I think last year I did the ammo boxes myself. Probably going to be a similar situation. All right, and that's going to be a race.
Kyle Panaga
So
done.
can I get all three
All drivers are
racers?
finished.
Grab your cars, head to the podium. You all have finished in the top 3. Congratulations. And you'll have some hardware to take home in a couple weeks. By hardware, I mean ammo boxes.
Vince Peterson.
All right, folks, this is our Sportsman 17.5 class. It's going to be Theo, Vince, Logan, and Ben. Turn marshals going to be my drivers from the last one, and maybe a bit of help, please. If anybody
10
out there's
car
not
10.
doing anything, probably use help the next 2 races. Yeah, we had 1 go home in that last group, so we definitely need a little help in this one. Only have 3 turn marshals. Only you can make that right.
Whoa trolley. Ben Halverson.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Much appreciated. Yeah, these first 2 races going to be a little bit of a struggle. After that, should be good. All right, got all 4 drivers checked in. In the office. Thank you, sir. All right, folks, let's line them up. It's going to be Theo 1, Vince 2, Logan 3, and Ben 4. All right, folks, grid is set. Drivers, best of luck. We're going racing. Less than 5. And they're off. I didn't really like that start, guys. Let's restart it. We can try again. All right, Theo 1, Vince 2, Logan 3, Ben 4. All right, folks, we're going to get this show on the road. Less than 5. Here we go. All right, got Theo 0.3 ahead of Vince. Vince 1.4 ahead of Logan. Oh. So we got 35 seconds down. Right now it's Vince out front. Theo having a look. All right, we're 45 seconds in, 4:15 to go. So Vince leading Theo by 0.7. And our next closest battle going to be Logan versus Ben for that final podium spot. 105 down, 3:55 to go. So we got Vince, Theo, Logan, Ben, your running order so far. Minute 25 down, 3:35 to go. Vince 1.5 ahead of Theo. Logan 2.5 ahead of Ben. Trouble there for Logan. That is going to allow Ben to inch closer. And Ben now up to the 3 spot. Meanwhile, Vince trying to run away from Theo. Buck 45 down, 3:15 remains. All right, we got 2 down, 3 to go. VP 0.7 ahead of Theo. So we got 2:15 down, 2:45 to go. Hold on, Logan. Hold on. Let those two go, and you're good to go. All right, 2:30 down, 2:30 remaining. All right, Vince out front, 1.6 ahead of Theo. Got Logan 1 second ahead of Ben.
Two
All
minutes
right,
left.
3 minutes down, 2 minutes to go. This time by Vince, 1.9 ahead of Theo. Theo, up on Ben. Ben is, let's see, probably about 2.5 seconds ahead of Logan at this point. And trouble for Ben. That's going to put Logan back up to the 3. Minute 35 left in this one. 2 battles going on, the Vince Theo battle as well as the Logan Ben battle. 3:35 down, 1:25 left. Minute 15 remains. This time by, Vince was 1.7 ahead of Theo. And Ben 4 ahead of Logan. Got just over 1 minute to go, drivers.
1 minute left.
Careful at the end of the straight. 50 seconds left. Battle for a 3 spot, getting a bit closer here. Let's see what the gap is at the line. 35 seconds left. Right now, Logan just 1 second ahead of Ben. And we got Vince this time around, 1.5 ahead of Theo. 25 seconds remain. $20 to go. Five seconds left, drivers. Looks like Logan and Ben get by for one more lap. Meanwhile, Vince and Theo will get caught.
Vince Peterson done. 10 car Ted done.
All right, 2 more cars to go. Just a few corners left.
Whoa trolley done.
And that will
All
be a race, drivers. We
Ben
got
Halverson
Vince
done.
taking down the W here today. Theo 2, Logan 3, Ben 4. All right, folks, let's get the top 3 to the podium. Next up is intermediate. Might need a little help on this one, too. If anybody out there's not doing anything, we could use your help on this one. Okay, Dave, Jimmy, Mike, Brian, Paxton. Your lineup for intermediate tonight.
K Kim. Crash. Mike Rulis. Hackman. David Newell.
All right. Got turn marshals making their way to the track. All right, good
Brian
sportsmanship there.
Cassidy.
Okay, got everybody checked in? You guys ready to go? I didn't hear any no's this time, so. All right, let's line them up. It's going to be K on the 1 spot, Dave on the 2, Jimmy on the 3, Mike 4, Brian 5, Pac-Man 6. I was just looking that up. Must have saw the screen. So, yeah, if K wins this one, he will have a perfect score in the series. He already locked it up. And then our next battle, it looks like Paxton going to lock up third in the series tonight. All right, so we're going to get this party started, drivers. Less than 5. Here we go. All right, we got K out front. This time by 2.7 ahead of Mike. Mike 0.6 ahead of Pac-Man. Pac-Man half a second up on Dave. Dave half a second up on Brian. Brian 3 up on Jimmy. $35 down, 4:25 to go. K going 16-2 that time around. And it looks like we got Pac-Man up to the 2 spot. Dave in the 3, followed by Mike, Brian, and Jimmy. Oh, hold on. Wait for Dave to go by. Go. 55 in, 4:05 to go. All right, so K are already out to a 6-second lead. Dave in the 2 spot. He is 1.2 ahead of Mike. Mike 0.7 ahead of Brian. Brian 0.9 ahead of Paxton. Paxton 1.9 ahead of Jimmy. Minute 20 down, 3:40 to go, drivers. Go. Oh. Minute 30 in, 3:30 left. And we got ourselves a 3-way battle here. Wait for Dave and go. Minute 40 in, 3:20 left. Well, now it's a 4-way battle. And Paxton's on the way, so it could be a 5-way battle for that 2 spot pretty quickly here. A little trouble for Dave. He's got to let Mike by and good to go. Yeah, 2:10 down, 2:50 to go. Right now, K 6.6 ahead of Mike. Mike 0.7 ahead of Dave. Dave 1 ahead of Brian. Brian 1.2 ahead of Jimmy. Jimmy 4 ahead of Pac-Man. 2:20 down, 2:40 remains. K, Mike, Dave, Brian, Jimmy, Paxton. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Okay, that time by is 16-1. $2:45 in, 2:15 remains. Hey, Theo, could you fix the pipe, please? The pipe?
2 minutes left.
No, Theo, don't move it that way. Move the other end of the pipe to the middle of the dots, please. Awesome. Thank you, sir. Well, close enough. Minute 45 remaining. K10 ahead of Dave. Dave 0.1 ahead of Mike. Mike 1.5 ahead of Jimmy. Jimmy 5.4 ahead of Paxton. Paxton 0.9 ahead of Brian. So, okay, 12 ahead of Mike. Mike just 0.2 ahead of Dave. That's our closest battle out there. Got Jimmy closing in on those guys. Minute 15 remains. All right, a minute 5 left on the clock. 3-way battle now for that 2 spot. Mike versus Dave versus Jimmy.
1 minute left.
And Dave to the inside. Jimmy that is Mike going wide. Jimmy moving up a spot as well. 45 seconds to go. Dave versus Jimmy versus Mike. Battle to watch right now. 35 seconds left. Dave holding it down, orange and white. Got Jimmy and Mike right there with him. 30 seconds to go. $15 seconds left. This will likely be your last lap, drivers. 10 seconds. Oh, Dave getting away with one there. 2 seconds. Time has expired.
David Null done. Crash done. Mike Rulis done.
And good
Bacon
battle
done.
to the finish.
Hackman done.
That
All
will be a
drivers
race,
are
guys.
finished.
Gonna be K
Brian
taking the
Cassidy
W, getting
done.
that perfect score he was aiming for. David Knoll in the 2 spot and Jimmy B in the 3. Rest of the order will be Mike Paxton and Brian. That'll be K, Dave, and Jimmy. Up next is the Expert A main. Thank you, Brian.
Martin White. Let's go Art. Ryan R. Randall. Goompa. Robert Del Visco.
Well, I see Jovi's car. I don't see Jovi, though. There he is.
Jovi Levin.
You know, we're going to have to get measurements on Kalis. I suspect he might be taller than some of our adult racers now. Maybe a little bit of both. All right, got some marshals out here. Got cars checked in. Let's line them up. Jovi on the 1, Kalis 2, Brian 3, Martin 4, Ryan Randall 5, Robert 6, Art 7. I suppose we only have one Ryan in this one, so I'll just have to remember in 40 plus to do last names. All right, folks, grid is set. Drivers ready. We're going racing in less than 5. Here we go. And they are off. Lights out and away we go, as they'd say in F1. Ooh. So Jovi just ahead of Kalis, just ahead of Brian. Brian sneaking it through. That was not given, it was taken. Oh, but Kalis getting it back. We're 30 seconds in. Jovi at 15-1 on the opening lap. Trouble for Bryant. That's going to move him closer to that Hornet's nest. All right, long race ahead, guys. 4:15 to go. Oh, no. He might have lost. Oh, it's steering. Let's see. Oh. Sorry, Ryan. 1 down, 4 to go. So Jovi 5 ahead of Bryant. Bryant just ahead of Kalis. Kalis with a long lap there. So, might be a Sunday drive on a Friday night for Jovi Lovin. That's the funny thing about NorCal Hobbies. Sometimes you see a Sunday drive on a Wednesday night or a Friday night. 130 down, 330 to go. Trouble in the middle. So Jovi now 4.9 ahead of Bryant. Bryant 0.4 ahead of Kalis. Kalis 3.5 ahead of Art. Art 2 ahead of Robert. And Robert 2.6 ahead of Martin. Minute 50 down, 3:10 to go. All right, we got 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left. And we got 2 battles going on. That is going to be Bryant versus Kalis. I was about to say Art and Robert, but Robert clipping a dot. Oh, careful in the rhythm, guys. Careful, front rhythm, right in the middle. All right, 220 in, 240 to go. Oh, back straight, back straight, back straight. Careful on the back straight. That's going to let Kalis get away with that 2 spot now. All right, 240 down, 220 to go. And there are no battles going on right now.
Two minutes
So,
left.
Jovi 6.5 ahead of Kalis. Kalis 6 ahead of Bryant. Bryant 5 ahead of Art. Art 8 ahead of Robert. Robert 3 ahead of Martin. Got a minute 50 to go, drivers. So, a minute 35 remains. Bryant pulling in fast lap there, 14.7. I'll tell you, Goompa's got 1 speed. Go. Minute 25 to go. All right, Jovi 6.4 ahead of Kalis. Kalis 5.6 ahead of Bryant. Bryant 8 ahead of Art. Art 8 ahead of Robert. Robert 4.4 ahead of Marty. Just over a minute to go, drivers. We're 4 minutes in.
1 minute left.
Levin still holding down a 6.1 second lead. Kalis 5.7 ahead of Bryant. Bryant's 11 ahead of Art. Art 8 ahead of Robert. Robert 4.2 ahead of Marty. "30 seconds left. This is race number 4 on track. Up next is Stadium Truck. All right, 5 seconds left.
Goompa done. Jovi Levin done. Let's Go Art done. Robert Del Visco done. Bruh done. All drivers are finished.
And that'll be a race, guys.
Martin
It's going to be
White done.
Jovi, Kalis, and Bryant on the podium tonight. Russell order, Art, Robert, Martin, and Brian. All right, folks, up next is Truck. Stadium Truck race number 5.
Very Soppet. Rice Cakes Supreme. Hollywood. Vince Peterson.
All right. Gonna need my drivers from that last one. Come on out and marshal, please. Drivers from that last race. I'm gonna need your help, guys. So, I think Robert's not gonna do this one. How about Julian? This is race number 5 in our main event round. Up after this one, we're going 21-5. All right. Yeah. I'll tell you
Julian
later.
Taylor.
I'm not trying to hold up the race program anymore. So Brian 1, Julian 2, Barry 3, Sal 4, Vince 5. All right, Brian 1, Julian 2, Barry 3, Sal 4, and Vince 5. All right, folks, grid is set. Drivers, best of luck. We're going racing. Less than 5. Here we go. All right, BG 1.1 ahead of Julian here. Julian 1.1 ahead of Barry. Barry 1.3 ahead of Sal. Sal 0.9 ahead of Vince. 25 seconds in the books. All right, BG a 15.9 that time around. A little trouble for Julian there. That's going to allow Barry up to the 2. 45 in, 4:15 to go. So 21.5 expert, please be ready to go. You are up next. Brian, Barry, Julian, Vince, and Sal, your current running order. Got BG 2.5 ahead of Barry. Barry 1.7 ahead of Julian. Julian 4.7 ahead of Vince. Vince 0.6. Now Sal 0.6 ahead of Vince. 1:15 down, 3:45 left. Fast lap of 15.9 out of Brian. Got 16.1 from Barry, a 16.7 from Julian, 17.3 for Sal, 18.1 for Vince. 1:30 down, 3:30 left. All right, $1.40 in, 3:20 to go. Brian, Barry, Julian, Sal, and Vince, your full running order. Brian, 2.1 ahead of Barry. Barry, 3.3 ahead of Julian. Julian, 7 ahead of Sal. Sal, 2.4 ahead of Vince. 2:05 down and 2:55 remain. $2.15 in, 2:45 to go. Brian, 2.2 ahead of Barry. Barry, 3.7 ahead of Julian. Julian, 7.3 ahead of Sal. Sal, 3.3 ahead of Vince. Okay, folks, we are now halfway through. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. A little mix-up's going to bring Julian closer to Barry. 2:45 down, 2:15 to go. BG 5 seconds ahead of Barry. Barry 0.3 ahead of Julian. We're now 3 minutes down.
2 minutes left.
Brian, 4.6 ahead of Barry. Barry, 0.8 ahead of Julian. Julian, 9.6 ahead of Sal. Sal, 11 up on Vince. Minute 45 remains. Barry Soppet, new fast lap at 16.000. Well, PR lap, I should say. Fast lap still BG at 15.9. All right, a minute 30 left. Battle is on for the 2 spot. Purple and white versus the yellow, green, blue, and gray. Minute 15 remains. All right, folks, we are now 4 minutes in.
1 minute left.
This time by. Let's see, BG going 15.8. Doing great. Barry 5.2 seconds back. We got Julian 1.1 behind Barry. $35 seconds left. Art was getting ready to goalie that truck. Oh, got it. 15 seconds to go. Wah! 5 seconds remain, drivers.
Barry Soppet done. Hollywood done. Vince Peterson done. Julian Taylor done.
All right, that'll be a
All
race,
drivers
guys.
are finished.
It's going to be
Rice
Brian
Cake
taking the
Supreme
victory.
done.
Barry 2, Julian 3, followed by Sal, Vince, no Robert. All right. That'll bring us to race 6, 21.5 Expert. Wow, that's going to be a close points race in truck. It looks like BG might have won it by like 1 point. Wow. So, 21.5 Expert Buggy.
Loctite Milio. El Tigre.
All right, simply by showing
Kin
up
Lowe.
tonight, Kin Lowe going to lock this one up.
David Newell.
Careful in the middle,
Ryan
guys.
Bernally.
Looking for truck. I am going to need my truck drivers to marshal this race.
Robert Del Visco.
Wait, you were the truck. I don't think anyone caught that. All right, we need, let's see. Be nice to have one more on the left side. There we go. All right. Okay, so let's line them up, guys. It's going to be Tony on the 1, John on the 2, Robert 3, Ryan 4, Dave 5, Kin 6. All right, folks, grid is set. Drivers ready. We're going racing. Less than 5. Here we go. $15 in. Wilson 0.6 at Emilio. Emilio 0.2 ahead of Del Visco. From there, there's about 2 seconds back to Vernali. Del Visco now up to the 2. All right, Tony, that lap going to 15.999. A little trouble for Del Visco. That drops him back to the 4 spot. 45 in, 4:15 to go. Yeah, Wilson 2.8 ahead of Emilio. Emilio 0.3 ahead of Vernali. Vernali 1.3 ahead of Del Visco. Del Visco 2.9 ahead of Lowe. Lowe 1.8 ahead of Knoll. 1 down, 4 to go, drivers. This is race number 6 on track. Up next is going to be 21.5 Sportsman. Minute 15 down, 3:45 left. All right, Tony down to a 15.8. He's doing great. Out front, 4 seconds ahead of Emilio. Emilio 0.2 ahead of Vernali and Del Visco. Not necessarily in that order. 1:45 down, 3:15 to go. So, Tony, John, Robert, Ryan, Ken, Dave, no Eric. We're now 2 minutes down. 3 minutes left. Oh, Wilson will be approaching traffic soon. LT Gray, this time by 4.2 ahead of Emilio. Emilio 0.4 ahead of Del Visco. Del Visco 1.7 ahead of Vernali. Vernali 8.4 ahead of Knoll. Knoll 0.8 ahead of Lowe. 2:35 remains. Let's see, race leader coming out of the cinnamon roll through the rhythm section. 2:40 down, 2:20 left. So Tony 5 ahead of John. John 0.6 ahead of Robert. Robert 2 ahead of Ryan. Ryan 7.8 ahead of Dave. Dave 2.4 ahead of Ken.
2 minutes left.
3 down, 2 to go, drivers. All right, Tony Wilson now 6 seconds ahead of Robert. Robert 0.9 ahead of John. John 2 ahead of Ryan. Minute 35 left in this race. This is our 21.5 expert class here. All right, a minute 25 left. $1:15 to go. 75 seconds remain. Tony, Robert, John, Ryan, Dave, and Ken. We are now 4 minutes in.
1 minute left.
Tony 7.2 ahead of Robert. This time by Robert. 1.3 ahead of John. John 1.4 ahead of Ryan. 45 seconds to go. Careful up front, guys. Careful up front. $25 seconds left. $15 seconds. All right, folks. 5 seconds left. Got 21.5 Sportsman up next.
Ryan Vernally done. LT Gray done. Kinlow done. David Newell done. Robert Del Visco done.
That'll be a race, guys.
All
Tony
drivers
Wilson
are
taking
finished.
the victory. Robert in the
Loctite
2,
Willio done.
John in the 3. Rest of the order will be Ryan, Dave, and Ken. No Eric. Race number 7, going to be Sportsman 21-5. That's going to be Mike Paxton, Ben, Vince Theo, Logan.
Car Ted.
Podium
Mike
going to
Rules.
be Tony, Robert, and John.
Pac-Man.
It's our 21-5 Sportsman class. Need a little help at the wall ride. Need a little help at the wall ride.
Ben Halverson. Vince Peterson.
Hey, does Logan's car have a transponder? Logan, pull into Dad real quick. Let's get a transponder in that car. In the meantime, we'll let John Rico do a practice lap here. Oh, Theo's talking smack. No, I just assumed. All right, we'll get Logan checked in here.
Whoa, Trolley.
There we go. Okay. So it's going to be Mike on the 1, Paxton 2, Ben 3, Vince 4, Theo 5, Logan 6. All right, this is race number 7. Grid is forming. All right, drivers, best of luck. We are going racing in less than 5. Here we go. All right, we got Mike out front, Paxton right there with him. Logan up to the 3, followed by Vince, Ben, and Theo. All right, we're 35 seconds in. All right, now Mike just ahead of Paxton. "45 seconds down. This time by 0.4, the gap between our top 2 cars. They're starting to break away. It's about 5 seconds back to Vince. Vince, 1 second ahead of Theo. Theo, 3 seconds ahead of Ben. And Ben, 2 seconds ahead of Logan. All right, $1.15 down, 3:45 left. So this time by, we got Mike just half a second ahead of Pac-Man. There's about 9 seconds back to that second spot battle. That's starting to get closer and closer. Minute 40 down, 3:20 left. All right, leaders starting to approach their fellow competitors here. All right, we got minute 55 down, 3:05 to go. Two minutes down, 3 minutes left. This time by Mike, 2.6 ahead of Paxton. Paxton 9 ahead of Vince. Vince 1.4 ahead of Theo. Theo 4 ahead of Logan. Logan 2 ahead of Ben. Yeah, 2:20 down, 2:40 to go. And Theo taking over the 3 spot. 2:30 in, 2:30 remains. Right now it's Mike, Paxton, Theo, Vince, Logan, Ben, your full running order. $2.45 down, $2.15 to go. Mike 1.7 ahead of Paxton.
2 minutes left.
Yeah, Paxton 12 ahead of Theo. Theo 0.3 ahead of Vince. And Logan right there as well. Oh, a little bit of a mess here. All right, let that multicolored car go. The pink, yellow, blue, white. There we go. A minute 30 to go, drivers. This time by Mike, 2.3 ahead of Paxton. Paxton 16 ahead of Theo. Theo 1.7 ahead of Vince. Vince 4.5 ahead of Ben. Ben 1.5 ahead of Logan. Minute 10 remains, drivers.
One minute left.
55 seconds to go. Oh, Mike 3 ahead of Paxton. Paxton almost a lap up on Theo. $35 seconds to go. This time by Mike, 2.6 up on Paxton. We got Theo 3 ahead of Vince. And we got Ben half a second ahead of Logan. 20 seconds remain, drivers. 15 to go. Oh, careful in the rhythm. 5 seconds left. And time has expired. Mike gets caught at the line, taking home the W.
10 Quartet done. Vince Peterson done.
All right, 2 more to go.
Ben Halverson done.
And that will be a race.
All drivers are finished.
Your podium tonight going to be Mike,
Trolley
Paxton, and Theo. Rest of the order, Vince, Ben, and Logan. So it's going to be really close here on points. Really close. It might be a 3-way tie, actually. Maybe. I'm going to have to let the computer do the math. But yeah, 21-5 Sportsman Buggy. There might be some tiebreakers involved. All right, this is 40 plus.
Rice Cakes Supreme. Ryan R. Randall. Barry Soppet. Martin White. Let's go Art. Julian Taylor. Ryan Vernally.
All right, 40 plus A main. It's your turn. I may need my drivers from the last one. Come on out and Marshall. Yeah, unofficially, it looks like Paxton might have gotten that one by 1 point. And also unofficially, it looks like Theo and Ben may have tied. I'm going to have to let the computer do the math. That's not final, but that's just what I see right here.
El Tigre.
All right, folks, grid for this one is going to be Brian 1, Barry 2, Tony 3, Martin 4, Ryan Vernally 5, Ryan Randall 6, Julian 7, John 8, and Art on the 9. Okay, folks, grid is set. We got marshals, drivers. Best of luck. We're going racing in less than 5. Here we go. BG leads them off. Got mirror full of Soppet. Wilson up to the 3. Actually, he's starting the 3. So we're 15 seconds in. BG just half a second ahead of Barry at the line. They're about 1.3 ahead of Tony. Tony 1 ahead of Julian. Julian 0.3. Oh, back straight, go wide. That's clear. So we got BG and Barry both going 15-7s that last time by. 45 in, 4:15 to go. BG a 15-4. He is now 7/10 ahead of Barry. Barry 1.8 ahead of Tony. Tony 1.4 ahead of Julian. Julian 0.3 ahead of Martin. And we got about 2 seconds back to Vernally and Randall. This time by Barry, a 15-4. Cutting the gap down to 4/10. Leaders are coming up on some traffic already. Barry able to sneak his way through. Minute 15 down, 3:45 left. Down the back straight they go. BG now putting the pressure on Barry. And they get tangled together. Tony getting it wrong. That's going Marty up to the 3. Oh, the calamity. 135 down, 3:25 to go. All right, so we got Barry just ahead of Brian. They're about 2 seconds ahead of Martin. Martin is 1 second ahead of Tony. All right, 2 minutes down, 3 minutes remain. We got ourselves a battle out front. All right, we got 2:10 down, 2:50 to go. This time by Barry at 15-3. Way to be. He is 4/10 ahead of Brian. Brian 3 seconds ahead of Martin. Martin half a second ahead of Tony. Tony about 5 ahead of Julian. Julian 1 ahead of Ryan. Randall 1.6 ahead of Vernally. Vernally 1.8 ahead of Milio. Yeah, 240 down, 220 left. This time by 7/10 between your leaders. 245 down, 215 remains. This time by Barry, 3/10 up on Brian. Brian 5
minutes
ahead of
left.
Marty. Marty 1. Now Tony up to the 3 spot. We got 3:10 down, $1.50 left. Gap between your leaders starting to get slimmer. 0.3 this time by. Minute 35 remaining here. This time around, Barry 0.5 ahead of Brian. Brian 7 ahead of Tony. Tony 0.5 ahead of Marty. Minute 20 to go. Barry, Brian, Tony, Martin, Julian, your top 5, followed by Randall, Vernali, Emilio, and Cardinale. Minute 15 remains. Careful in the middle. Oh, Barry getting stuck on that down vehicle. That's going to put BG back to the front. We got just over 1 minute left.
1 minute left.
Right now it's BG 0.7 ahead of Barry. There's still time. 50 seconds left. This time by gap remains the same, 0.7. Both these guys going 15-8. Got mess in the middle there. Oh, Barry getting it wrong. That's going to give BG a bit of breathing room. BG will be coming up on some traffic soon. 30 seconds down. And this time by Brian now 3.7 ahead of Barry. 20 seconds remain. $15 seconds. $5 seconds left.
Rice Cakes Supreme done. Martin White done. Ryan R. Randall done. Julian Taylor done. Barry Soppet done. Ryan Vernally done.
2 more.
LT Gray done. Loctite Milio done. All drivers are finished.
All right, folks, that will be
Let's go,
a
Art
race. It is going to be Brian, Barry, and Tony on the podium tonight. Rest order are going to be Martin, Ryan, Julian, Ryan, Art, and John. Okay. Up next is race number 9, Sportsman 4-wheel drive. All right, this is going to be our Sportsman 4-wheel drive category. Brian, Ben, Paxton, and John.
Race Enrico. Pac-Man.
All right. Get all my 40-plus guys out here to marshal. Same deal. If like 5 or 6 of you guys want to marshal this one, we could use the rest for the next race. There are going to be 4 drivers in this one, so they're going to need a little help. So if some of you guys want to marshal next race instead, that is perfectly fine. Oh, Pac-Man's having a little trouble there. Not sure. All right, I'm going to hand it off to the one and only Brian Gross.
No, something else. It's no big deal.
Oh, now I'm going to be wondering.
I was just going to ask you if we could change my thing from rice cakes to something else so that when we go up to that place, it doesn't say that if it's in the computer or something.
Okay.
I don't mind.
Yeah,
but
we
just
can do
change
that.
to BG or something.
Yeah. Okay.
And if you don't think it's going to do that, then don't
Ben
worry.
Halverson.
I'm not sure, honestly. But,
I'm not embarrassed by it. I just thought it'd be easier to just
right.
make
It'd be,
it
everyone's
normal.
going to be like, wait, what?
Yeah. All right, John Rico is going to join us for the main. All right. And what about Paxton? How's that car? Yes? Marshall's making their way to the track. There's a lonely dot over what formerly known as the wall ride. John Milio saw the ad for lonely dots in his area, and he clicked on it. Go ahead, bud. Orange singles in your area. Click here for more info. All right, everybody's checked in. We're just waiting for the marshals to fully populate the track. There's one spot. I thought somebody was there. All right, we got 4 of you guys down here. Is one of you guys going to go in the middle? Hello? Hello? Ryan Randall. Is one of you 4 guys can do the middle or what? I don't know. Are you just going to hang out? Thanks for the invite. Okay, lineup is going to be as follows. Brian Cassidy on the 1. Ben Halverson on the 2. Paxton Cassidy on the 3. And John Rico on the 4. Didn't even have to qualify. Still gets to start right in the kind of close to the front. Who's that? That's where you want to start? All right. Sportsman Open 2-wheel drive buggy going on the tone. And they're off. Somebody with an aggressive pass in the first turn. That's going to set Paxton up to the lead, early lead. So Paxton with a little bit of a breakaway, and there's a 3-car freight train behind him. Oh, who was that? Caution in the 4-pack. Whoa. Safe. That's going to mix it up a little bit. That's going to put Brian Cassidy to the top. Paxton drops to the 2. John Rico to the 3. Ben Halverson down to the 4. Brian gets it wrong. Paxton flips him over, but on the wrong side. It's going to send John Rico to the 1. John Rico didn't even qualify. What are you new here? Paxton all over the back wing of John Rico as they come through the left side. Somebody's car sounds broken. That's broken. Spur gear available in the shop. I'll catch you in the next one. John Rico is 0.4 ahead of Paxton Cassidy, who is 4 seconds ahead of his dad, Brian Cassidy. Ben has just now drops out. 130 down, 330 to go. John Rico now 7/10 ahead of Paxton. And 3.8 behind Paxton is dad Brian. Car upside down. That would be Paxton. Barry got him. $150 down, $310 to go. John Rico in the lead. He is 1.3 seconds ahead of Paxton Cassidy, who is 3 seconds ahead of Brian. Whoa, Paxton. Rico's car stopped to smell the flowers or something. Paxton goes flying by him in the 4-pack. Sets him up to the 1. $220 down, $240 to go. Paxton Cassidy now to the top. Whoa, I hear a whoa and a sigh from the crowd. What happened? He's back and going. The podium looks pretty solid here. You guys are all going to be on it. So Paxton now has pulled a 1.3 second gap away from John Rico. That appears to be diminishing as the time goes on. Coming up on 2 minutes to go. Mistake out of Rico is going to give a little bit of breathing room to Paxton. Paxton coming on the left-hand side, through the chicane, through the crossover double. Little short. Manages to keep it on all 4 through the 4-pack. Through the right-hand side chicane onto the back straightaway. Here he comes. That is your leader, Paxton Cassidy. He is 2.1 seconds ahead of John Rico. And they're a mile away from Brian. Brian's got to step it up. 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. Caution getting onto the straightaway. That is Rico. So advantage Cassidy's going to take about half the distance he was before with 1:10 to go.
One minute left.
1 minute left. So Paxton Cassidy puts it on cruise control. He is 6.1 seconds ahead of Rico. Brian gets to watch the race finish. Still come in third. 30 seconds to go. Fastest lap of the entire race goes to Paxton Cassidy with a 17 flat. What lap was that? Lap 7? Go back and watch the video. What'd you do? 10 seconds to go. Time has expired. When you cross the line, you will be done. Just 2 more corners to go, and here he comes, Paxton Cassidy.
Pac-Man done.
Your
All drivers
Sportsman
are finished.
Open champion.
Racing Rico done.
So podium for that one's going to be Paxton, John Rico, Brian Cassidy. The end. Get off my driver's stand. Thanks. Podium, Paxton, Rico, and Brian Cassidy. All right, that was race 9. We're on to race 10, the final race of the night. Expert 13.5, 4-wheel drive, buggy, and friends.
You guys, thanks for inviting me to race with you. This has been fun. I'm a 2-wheel drive buggy,
Jovi
but
Levin.
probably going to do
Bruh.
just fine.
Kalis, Jovi, Bryant,
Daniel Z.
Jeff,
Too
Dan.
soon Jr. Goompa.
Marshals from the last race, make your way to the track after the podium picture, and if we have any volunteers, we could use them if you're available. Everybody's checked in. They're just doing laps, and we're waiting for the marshals. Track is still hot. Look both ways before crossing. Once again, if we have anybody that might be able to marshal, if we have any available adults willing and able, we need one marshal to the far left side if we could. Anybody available for that? We should have Rico, Halverson, Brian Cassidy. There is Paxton's mom. Who are we missing? We need one more? All right. And we got it. Thank you. Quick question, Dan. Is this the accurate lineup, or where do I click? No. I mean the numbers. Okay. Where do I look? Okay. Well, let's just do it then. So on the 1, it's going to be Kalis. On the 2 is Jovi. On the 3 is Mirafuente. On the 4 is Dan Z. And on the 5, Jeff Miranda. That's what I thought, but I can't figure out which tab it is. So, oh well. All right. Everybody's lined up. 5-minute race. We're going to go on the tone. Less than 5. And they're off. Everybody snaking their way through the first few corners. Jovi gets it wrong. Short on the double. Mirafuente goes by. As they all come around for lap 1. Kalis, Bryant. Now Dan. Where's Jovi? Did he break it? There he is. All right. Well, Jovi's got some work to do. Meanwhile, Kalis Lowe, he is running for his life from Bryant Mirafuente. Dan all the way up to 3. Jeff in the 4. So just 8 tenths between Bryant and Kalis. Whoa, front flip from Jeff. Jovi goes by. Looks like Mirafuente gets caught in the corner. It's going to give a little bit of breathing room to Kalis. 55 down, 4:05 to go. Kalis, Bryant, Dan, Jovi, Jeff. Kalis 2.1 seconds ahead of Mirafuente. Slight hesitation coming off the double. It's going to give back a little bit of time. Down to 2 seconds flat. Caution in the 4-pack. That was Dan. That's going to set Jovi back to the 3rd spot. With 125 down, 3:35 to go. Jeff is going to see us next time. He decided to take it off. So that leaves Kalis in the 1. He is 2.1 seconds ahead of Mirafuente. Mirafuente 5.3 ahead of Jovi. And then Dan. 2 minutes down, 3 to go. Gap looks a little bit smaller this time. Let's see what the computer says. 1.1 seconds from Kalis to Bryant. So Bryant's reeling him in. Slowly but surely. .230 down, 2:30 to go. Gap's down to 9 tenths as they make their way through the left-hand side of the track. Mirafuente up on 2 wheels for a moment. That's not going to help. Kalis hits the corner. Here comes Mirafuente as they make their way onto the back straightaway. 6 tenths this time. Dan lets him go. Kalis on notice. Here come Mirafuente. Around the right-hand side, onto the back straightaway again they go. 4 tenths this time.
2 minutes left.
2 minutes to go. Here they come down the back straightaway. Kalis just 2 tenths ahead of Mirafuente. So here they go. Mirafuente tries for an inside pass. Blocked by Kalis. Lucky bounce as they make their way down the straightaway once again. Just 1 tenth separates the two of those guys. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Kalis with a mirror full of Mirafuente. That's a bar. Got a mirror full of Mirafuente. Mirafuente. Look at that. Nose to tail as they make their way through the center. He's sizing them up. Trying the inside, trying the outside. Here they come. Inside pass, nothing there. Shuts the door. Down the straightaway they go with 1 minute to go. Mirafuente with the pass on the downside of the double as they come through the 4-pack. Oh, collision. They get going once again. 45 seconds to go. Mirafuente now ahead of Kalis. Kalis gives him the bump. Where are you going? Through the double around the 4-pack. Two tenths the gap from Mirafuente to Kalis. 25 seconds to go. Caution Marshall. Mirafuente trying to keep the door shut as they come down the back straightaway for possibly the last time with 12 seconds to go. Kalis gets a little bit wrong coming through the chicane, and Mirafuente, 2 seconds to go, about to run out of time. Finish the lap you're on. That is the race. Mirafuente pulls it off in the end.
Daniel Z done.
Freaking awesome driving, guys. Holy moly. Save some for the rest of us.
All drivers are finished.
So that one
Jovi
goes to
Lemon
Mirafuente. Kalis in the 2. Joe 11 in the 3, and Dan is Dan. Dan is two-wheel drive. He wins the two-wheel drive. Ta-da! Awesome. So, podium for that one is Mirafuente, Kalis, and Jovi. Let's get that thing snapped. And that is going to conclude your Friday night racing here at NorCal Hobbies in San Jose, California, and also the conclusion of the Firecracker series. So, Dan's going to come up here in a little bit, update the website, update the points. You can see how you did with all the drops. You get one drop, 5 races, one of your worst one goes away. So, podium. So see how you did shortly. Give it about 30 minutes and we'll see if you won an ammo box. Pretty cool. I am not sure once again what's going on this weekend, so check the website. Every time I don't know what's going on, it seems to be a drift day on Saturday, so maybe. Come see us in the shop. Buy something cool. Next week, we'll be racing again. Follow the adventures with some of us who are going up to Oregon to race some sort of stock national race thing in PDX Raceway. So check that out. Thank you all for tuning in. Thanks, NorCal Hobbies, for keeping us going and all the staff. And Dan Z, the best announcer in Northern California. Fight me. Turning it off. Bye. Bye.